Good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 5, session 1. Your commentator this morning is Chris Clark, and he may be joined by Chris Roberts a little later on. I hope you enjoy today's watching.
Good morning from Southwick. Overcast morning here, and there's definitely a bit of breeze. Hoping for better weather this afternoon. There's no rain in the air at the moment, and we're going to be covering the match between Jack Good from England and Sharif Abdul Wahab from the USA. Jack going to play black and blue, and that's the first shot of the game. Not bad. Probably about 20-degree angled at 3 yards. And the block position is Sharif's got 2 wins and needs to win everything he plays for the rest of the tournament, really. Played Ian Lines last night, and Ian ended up with a 6-yard, 30-degree jump shot through 13 in the third. That was just the most gorgeous shot you could see. Just pinged, single bounce off the far wire, ran it comfortably, and having thought he was in good position with 3 wins, Sharif remained on 2. Jack, on the other hand, has already got 4 wins, and unless we get some unusual results involving the top 2 players in the block losing to the numbers 7 and 8, he'll probably be through without a playoff. So one of those big games is behind me on lawn 1. It's marginal as to which one we were going to cover. It's between Yasser Saeed and Brian Lozano, who's looked pretty good this tournament. Had a very, very long match to lose in 2 yesterday to Robert Fulford. So let's see Sharif's first shot of the game. I'm going to be having a go at this blue ball.
I think I've leveled it.
I'm joined this morning, hopefully later on, by Chris Roberts, but initially with Jenny Clark, who's got a later start this morning, and we'll be playing quite a big match against Richard Bilton later on. That she needs to win 2-0 to get second place in the block, which is so important for seeding. Welcome, Jenny.
Thank you. Good morning.
So a little miss by yellow on blue there, and this is far from easy.
The danger, this one.
Yeah, red's much straighter if blue doesn't succeed. So let's see what pace he hits this at. A lovely pace. I mean, that's just pinged off one wire and it's gone off the north boundary.
But only gently. It hasn't gone. He hasn't absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I mean, any sort of normal amount of wire could have easily run that up to 2. And a big confidence builder. That was not easy. And he's made it look, well, trivial.
Yes.
Pretty good shot that from Sharif. It does have a bit of hill on the approach to 2. And he's got 2.5 yard, 10-degree position.
Yeah, it's open on blue, but it's a pretty good spot.
Jack will just play in between red and the hoop here. And again, weakness in Jack's game at the moment is positionally. Anything that is south of red there just simply isn't good enough. It allows Sharif to try and take better position with yellow, and then red potentially clear black to the south boundary. And again, poor positional shot from Sharif, hitting black. And, you know, with 2 shots up to hoop 2, I would have expected one of them to be closer than either red or yellow.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you've just got to risk going past the hoop to get good position there.
And that's been, I don't know if you could catch that on the microphone, but it's been standard throughout this tournament. Shreve just said you don't have to ask, you can move your ball in whenever you need to. Because we've got this extra sort of cut that's about a foot off the lawn, and lots of the players just need a 6 or 9 inches extra relief so their feet are flat. Very good sportsmanlike conduct by all of these players here. It's a good clearance. It's not the firmest clearance we've ever seen.
Sort of a mid-pace clearance, really, but got quite a lot of it.
Shreve playing quite tight into the hoop here. Has it reached? Has it reached? It's on the right-hand wire, so I doubt it can run. And Jack's got 2 options. He can either try and play up near the hoop, or he can take on the jump shot. Great height, but got the crown. I think had yellow been further away from the hoop, black would have just nudged up closer for a short jump shot, but it was just going to get cleared straight away, and there's no clear advantage in sort of wasting that free go at the jump shot.
I think he had to go for it, yeah. Just yellows all over everything.
So Shreve playing wide from the black ball, and that really should be enough to win this hoop. Jack needs to be thinking about 2 things. Is there any way I can generate another jump shot for one of my balls? And secondly, keeping his balls in good position for hoop 3.
I wonder about clearing yellow here as well, because Sharif can pop in front of hoop 2 and potentially peel that going over to hoop 3.
I don't think yellow is sufficiently west to do that, but I do think that blue at yellow was the standard shot.
I think here he can just kind of pop it in front, but not on the jaws. Not near the target.
Yeah, you don't want the jaws, because the jaws is very hittable from where black and blue are. So yeah, just popping it, 2 inches in front, wide from black and blue.
Would you potentially go a bit further back to avoid him running the hoop to clear you?
Well, I think what we need to look at is what's going to happen. The next thing that's going to happen is black is going to rush blue south. So I think he's gone too far. Jack can now rush blue about 11 yards south, and it's going to have the most beautiful double of hoop and ball with a potential in off, and yellow's going to be forced to hit an 11-yarder.
I think from pretty much anywhere south of the hoop you've got an interesting target, to be honest.
Sure, but I'm wanting it at least 4 yards south of the hoop, because it's further away from yellow then. Yeah. Just to lengthen yellow's shot, really. It's a bad shot. Good news is he can clear red from there, but he's not going to be running the hoop out right or going in off from that position.
I mean, hitting it more firmly and just being off the boundary further down towards us is interesting, because yellow can't clear that.
Absolutely. Yeah, just 11 yards south of the corner, off the lawn, was the sort of safest spot you could end up in. So, Shreve just playing a basic ball in with yellow, and Jack will now try blue at red at a mid-pace.
Looks like he's got all of the target, though. He's at least gone far enough south for that.
A little bit harder than I wanted to see that shot.
All sorts here.
Probably taking it at a pace where it's just going to reach the far boundary if it misses. Whereas he's hit it and it's probably gone off the lawn by about 5 or 6 yards. So he's back in the hoop, but fundamentally black can't clear yellow and red. So we might see a position here where red takes position and black clears red just to force yellow to run a longer hoop.
Yeah, you just want a mid-pace clearance here, I think. Force yellow to run the hoop and have a ball up by hoop 3.
I'm in two minds here. Part of me says I'm clearing in lawn, so I just want to move it 6 yards, keeping black a couple of yards away. And the other one says I want to nail it in the middle, down to corner 4, and make the approach to hoop 3 more difficult.
Or take position at hoop 2.
Yeah, I think this isn't great. I think Sharif can just clear this black and leave red in front of the hoop. So we had an early start on one of the matches this morning. Over on lawn 6, Ewan Burridge has just won the first game against Alison Sharp. Alison again in a bit of trouble in a block. She probably needs to win her last 2 matches, doesn't she?
She does, yeah.
And I'm a bit surprised by that shot by Sharif. First of all, it looks like he's hampered red running hoop 2.
You don't want anything in play of your backswing just to put you off a wee, but these hoops are pretty narrow.
Yeah, I think that is worth mentioning. A good clearance by Jack there. Still a fairly straightforward clearance by red. But no, the hoops here this week have been, whilst not difficult, much more difficult than they were 6 weeks ago at the Open.
Oh, it's remarkable the difference. I guess they've dried the ground out, but so much harder.
Good clearance there. Almost got in the jaws. And the other thing we noticed on the day before the tournament was on the one lawn where the hoops weren't already in, there were square hoop holes.
Yes, it seems like they used the dibber to prepare to put the hoops in. I guess the hoops are probably the correct width if they are set initially with the quad weight dibber, but I don't think there's any guarantee of that.
So sort of breaking that rule that you can't fit a round peg into a square hole.
Yes.
So it's going to be multiple clearances now by Jack to try and get back into this. First one black at yellow. And he'll be really happy with this start. Remember, he had a fantastic hoop 1. And he's hit from the east boundary to hoop 2. And another nice little clearance there.
If you're not going to hit, well, it's the perfect shot, isn't it? He's hit it on the side. He's got the near boundary. It's great. Yeah, I mean, the British Open, I would have said that 5 and 6 yard hoop attempts were compulsory. And here, they're just available.
Which makes it a much better game.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it was really good. The other day I had some hoops reset on my lawn and they were firm as. They were lovely to play on.
Another great clearance there. Not just hitting it, but in the middle. And now,
really good pace too.
With blue having hit that in the middle, Jack is just fully back in this hoop. Sharif taking position with red there, so there's no win-off available for blue.
It's issues like, doing things like that that's so critical. There's no win-off. Very unlikely to be able to clear it and blue wick off and hit the hoop at all.
And looking at black, first of all, it's a poor positional shot. But secondly, if you're going to be poor, you want to be poor long, because you know yellow's going to be on this near west boundary.
Red.
Sorry, red.
It's a good shot though. It's got red almost.
Managed to cut it half balls for corner 2. And Sharif's got 2 perfectly playable lines here. I would just play to position and let black have a go at this.
Yeah, black's bad. Black is quite angled there.
But equally, he could play the power clearance. I think that's the weaker of the 2 options. Early stage in the match, put the pressure on your opponent. So he's played what I regard as the weaker of the two options. He's hit it, but he's only moved it 6 yards away.
He's opened up the hoop a bit more though.
That's sort of Jack's first error there.
Is that about 7 yard, do you reckon? 7 or 8?
About a 6 yarder I had it down as. And
that is definitely an error.
hopefully you've got a good sound coming through from that, because we're quite close to the mic, and the sound that made was completely different to the sound the hoops were making 6 weeks ago. That little higher pitched noise as the wires reject the ball.
Still fairly floppy. The hoop moved a lot.
It did.
But yes, last time, a few weeks ago, it was just reasonably soggy, and if you hit a shot like that, chances were it would spin back and spin through as well.
Absolutely. So, yeah, in no way am I saying that these hoops are difficult. I'm just saying that they're adequately difficult to make the game entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, a 5 and 6 yard hoop shot is likely to fail, where it really wasn't a few weeks ago.
So Jack's decided yellow can't run, and has tried to play behind yellow so yellow can't clear blue, but has, again, badly underhit it.
It's a poor shot. I mean, he can go a lot further along.
And it's been followed by a super shot from Sharif, getting really good position at hoop 2 from all the way down in corner 4. So again, finding every player here has some type of weakness. Might be very minor if we're talking about the absolute elite players, but this mid-level player that we're watching here, they will always have one part of their game which really does need work. And for Jack, it's positional play.
I just think people really underestimate the importance of positional play. Yeah, if you can just get your ball in and get it close every time, it's so much pressure on the opponent.
So Jack's played black in, and Sharif's just going to stop this away.
It's a really bad position for black.
You basically can't allow your opponent to clear the ball that's just played before it whilst retaining position. And he's done very well there. It was really important to hit the left-hand side of red and get blue towards the north boundary. Hitting it in the middle, if red was able to take position, yellow could have cleared blue to the eastern side, potentially getting over near hoop 3 as well.
So yeah, it's likely now that yellow will have a go at the hoop, but he's got some distance and he's got some angle on it there.
Red fails to take position, and what do we say? We say every time you fail to take position, it's the equivalent of missing a 7-yarder.
Yeah.
Jack's shooting hard, and he's got yellow, and he's well back in the hoop again now.
And again, black's taken over the short boundary, so wherever Sharif plays to, he's got some control over that. Yeah, I mean, just practice sessions, the importance of good position, and Robert Fulford showed that in the British Open. He wasn't shooting well, and certainly wasn't shooting well with pace, and was having a bit of trouble with hoops, but he just got in front of the hoops, particularly in the last 2 games of the final.
Yeah, I think to be fair to Robbie, he was shooting pretty well up to 10 yards.
Yeah.
But then anything over started to be a bit dodgy.
Yeah, and he wasn't comfortable with 3 and 4 yard hoops, but he just got 2-foot hoops.
So your standard play here might be to take wide position behind yellow from red.
Mid-pace and yellow's got some merit there too.
I think this is better, simply because red had a very good line to block black's shot.
Yeah.
So I think Jack's played the right shot there. He's played it very well.
Yeah, there's nothing like leaving yourself a shot and then finding out they've blocked you.
Sharif just again tidying up red into a very easy hoop running position, making sure once again it's on the far side of the hoop so the in-offs are minimised. Again, another weak positional shot here. hasn't got hoop running position. Sharif trying to block blue at red, and it's just a ball short. Yeah, good clearance. Blue stayed within 6 or 7 yards of the hoop. Black's all over yellow in terms of being able to stop that ball away and retain position.
Can you come down that hoop? Hoop 2 we want.
So I think we'll see red play making sure it's long. If red plays too short, blue can clear it to quite a long way away. So I'm going to play past the hoop here. I like that. That's good. Blue's not going to clear that. It's actually finished wide from blue. So even when black stops yellow away and stays in front, red has full control over black.
Yeah, I mean, at slightly lower levels, another option that people often take is to just go 3 or 4 yards south. But at this level, it's just not, it doesn't work. You've got to go more towards that side boundary so that you can't be cleared 20 yards away.
So Jack spotted that the stop shot actually isn't quite as strong as it initially looks now. And he's going to have a sort of speculative go at quite a difficult 45-degree jump shot.
Don't like this.
Again, all the Egyptian players will play that on the ground. Anyone who's played a bit of AC will tend to jump that.
Yeah.
And just try and hit it in the far wire and spin through. And I thought it was a really good go. Hit the far wire at a good height.
Yeah, I probably wanted a little bit higher and just get a bit more spin on it. I think it was probably just travelling a little bit too horizontally when it
You
got
think
too
it's
high.
flat? Okay.
Yeah, too flat.
Well, I'm giving him more marks for that than Jenny is. So,
I thought it was difficult and I was having yellow out of there.
nice, easy little jump here from Sharif. And that hit the crown, didn't
You
it?
hit it too hard. Yeah.
So got too much height too fast.
Stood over it, hit it too much, hit it too hard. There was, you just need a gentle little hop there.
But there's always that thought in your mind when you're playing that, oh, I make sure I don't hit the black.
Yes. Yeah.
And as Jenny mentioned earlier, these lawns are jumping quite well. It's been very easy to get a height, not just to jump through a hoop, but if you want to jump over a hoop, it's quite easy to get that height.
Yeah, the other day I saw Richard Bilton play a sort of a hop, a very long shot with 2 balls blocking him, and he played it beautifully. He got phenomenal height.
I mean, in the first game on Lawn 6 between Ewan Burridge and Alison Sharp, Ewan jumped through hoop 5 from the south boundary and just made it look easy.
He's got remarkable power and ability with that power.
So Jack taking position on the far side of the hoop, hoping that if yellow clears black, which he's given it an easy clearance, that yellow isn't able to maintain position. Personally, I'd prefer to go 2 feet further back.
Yeah, he's too close here. I think you can just get rid of black and hold position.
Well,
Goodness.
he's out-tacticked you, Jenny.
He has.
Because basically, if you get your opponent not to clear that, black's as good closer to the hoop as further away. Better.
Black's in fabulous jumping position. If you can rush red to wide here, he's just made a really big tactical error there.
Well, you've got 2 choices again here. You've got clearing red to hopefully wide on the north boundary.
It's just open.
You've got running the open hoop, and you've got clearing yellow. They went for clearing yellow. I think I would also have done that because it gave a chance of the follow through into the hoop.
He may have been going for the hoop there, but probably was going for yellow.
So Sharif's tactics paid off, and Sharif, with a good shot here, now has control of the hoop again. It's not great control though. It's actually close to 50-50 because that red has just gone to a difficult running position, and now providing Jack manages to get nice and deep here. So either wide out to the side boundary,
Yep.
west hand side, or even just between red and the hoop isn't too bad.
Yeah. Just
But-
not falling short. Falling short is a disaster.
Yeah, short is just a 0.
Looks like he might be scoring 0.
That needs to keep running. That is awful. Absolutely awful. And when you're taking position, you need to know what the bad miss is. It's like when you're playing golf. You don't want to short side yourself. You can leave yourself a 20-footer by, not putting a bunker into play on the short side rather than going directly at the pin. But the bad miss there was short, wasn't it?
Yeah. Really.
Long, even past the hoop. A foot past the hoop was better than
That's the thing
short.
to understand. Yeah. If you've overrun the hoop and don't even have a hoop shot, it's better than this.
So now this is a compulsory clearance, blue at yellow now.
But he's left yellow open, so got that option. Blue hit in the middle of yellow at a sort of medium pace. Gets you fully back in the hoop.
And that's the second miss from Jack. So I am now reasonably convinced that black's going to be cleared by red to the south boundary.
Yeah, I mean, your best hope here is that he clears it to a position that you've got a target. Yeah, it's always, even from 20 odd yards, it's always nice knowing you've got a target of ball and hoop to crack at.
And Tony Stevens, one of the great New Zealand players, has a phrase. He says to them, close the gap.
Close the gate.
Close the gate, that's the one.
Yep.
So Shreve's already looked at what good spots there are. I think corner 1 would have been optimal. So I have a feeling that missing corner 1 by 3 yards means Jack has got a double target.
I mean, that thing by Tony is, it's underrated. People just think, I'll just clear that ball to 20, 25 yards away. But why not take the extra bit of care and clear it so that you give yourself the most chance of them not having a look at the hoop?
And it's not just not having a look at the hoop. It's when they clear the ball, there's that extra percentage, probably, of rush peeling it. And that gives you first play to hoop 3 as well. I didn't like that as soon as it came off his mallet. He was walking straight after it. And he's missed by, 3 balls on the right?
At least, yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's another thing about taking really tight position and blocking your opponent, which I'm always quite keen to try and achieve, is just getting lucky and they rush peel you. Looks like Ewan's well in control on his lawn.
Yeah. Yesterday morning we saw Robert Fulford play Yasser Syed. I think there were 4 rush peels in that game.
Right.
Not by the right ball on partner, but on the opponent.
Well, you spend all your time trying to hit balls in the middle. Obviously, often you want to partly clear, but very often you're just trying to hit a ball in the middle. And then suddenly you've got a ball that, if you hit it in the middle, it's going through the hoop. It's quite difficult to switch modes.
So, got to make sure you're north of this hoop as Jack. I think he's done that. That's definitely north.
Oh,
And it's probably on the lawn by 2 yards. I'm happy with that. That's absolutely straight in front, and it threatens lots of shots that may happen by Sharif.
got a lot of control of the lawn there. Yeah, it's a beautiful shot.
It's a good shot, but again, blue's in control over it. What Sharif is hoping for is black doesn't take position, and then that red becomes really good. But if black's in position, not blocking blue at red, he might find himself having to shoot with yellow, or at least try and put a block in.
That
It's
looks
just
weak.
awful. All of these positional shots from Jack have been weak, but particularly from this boundary for 7 yards in front of hoop 2. Really poor shots. The top players don't expect to be more than a foot out there, and he was a yard out.
Yeah, and looking at the lawn, it's fairly brown there. It's quite aggressive.
I just think it's rubbish, personally.
He's hit it really well, but
It's a really good physical shot. Great clearance to the corner. I just want to put another ball in there. Jack's got a 5.5 yard hoop. Red's in position. Put another ball in. And you're just hoping Jack's going to be hitting some half ball and you're eventually going to take control of the hoop. Was it particularly worth getting an extra 2.5 yards on the shot? Losing yellow not in front? Not in my opinion.
He might have been worried about Jack going for the hoop, but
Well, sure,
his
but
shooting
fine.
quality hasn't been great.
And-
He's got lucky there. Got his value for that extra couple of yards.
So that's a question mark. I mean, this is much longer now. He's only got his value if he runs it, Jan.
Yeah.
So,
Again, the hoop moved a really long way, so the ground's quite soft underneath. But
and we're
Still
now in a
up to him.
position where wouldn't it be nice if yellow was also in front of the hoop? Jack clears that. If yellow's in front, well, blue's miles away on the west boundary, and red would have had a straightforward clearance on black back towards the camera to the west boundary.
yeah, now as it's happened, he does have the clearance still, but he's had to take position.
Great shot in the middle. Now, in the middle isn't exactly where you want to hit it, because yellow can now clear blue. But I just want to go back a couple of shots to when black was clearing red in front of 3. You always want to try and clear that so your ball goes towards the short boundary side. So basically, the balls would have positioned the inverse, so black would have finished near the boundary where red was, red would have been where black was, and that's so much stronger because you're not leaving your opponent the long boundary clearance. So has Sharif got this wire? I don't think he has. I think black can clear this. Very good. And once again, Jack knew that because blue had cleared yellow centrally, he had to clear that anyway, because yellow is going to potentially have the option of clearing blue to corner 2.
Take it.
No. Now we're in a neutral position, and I want to be first ball in here. Standard position here would be for blue to also take position at the hoop, not blocking black at yellow, and threatening that if red misses blue, it might clear yellow,
Got a long way back.
and not nowhere near straight
And
enough.
not in front of the hoop.
I
It's not
hate
even
it.
runnable.
No, I just hate it. There's nothing wrong with sort of 2 feet north of yellow there.
It's a bit unnecessary, though. I mean, you can just take reasonable position. There's a vast area where you're not going to block black at yellow.
Yeah. And for me, that would be probably 1 foot north of yellow.
Yes,
I thought giving Jack an extra foot of leeway.
fair enough. But not being in a position where you actually can't run the hoop after you've cleared yellow was extremely weak. It just let Sharif roll in as he's doing.
Trying to get the block between black and yellow, but making sure also that that red can run the hoop as well. You know, if Jack flicks the yellow 3 yards east so it can't run the hoop, yellow will still have a clearance on blue and red's in front.
Yeah, red can't go south of blue there because it will offer that blocking line. Lovely smooth shot.
Yep, good clearance. Hit it on the correct side, so black's only gone 9 yards away.
See, he's got one of those Australian hoop maker mallets. I think they're really quite nice to swing. No, you're not the biggest fan.
I'm an old-fashioned. I want a piece of wood on the end of my mallet. But they've been very popular. I remember speaking to the owner in Australia about 3 years ago, and he said he'd sold $500,000 worth of them.
Yeah, well, I tried one in Australia a few years ago, and I looked at it and thought, it looks a bit metal and horrible. And it was just
Good
lovely
shot
to swing.
from Sharif. So Sharif forcing Jack to keep clearing his balls in front of the hoop here. You may have thought that was a bit aggressive and he could have taken position, and he could have done. But often when you're shooting north, and if you miss, your ball's going to finish on the boundary in front of hoop 3, it's not a bad shot to take. So that almost got into the drawers. It hit the wire of the hoop, and now black and blue are both on the east boundary, and Sharif is gradually taking control of the hoop.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the quite important things about a hoop is to not be too panicked about making the point too quickly.
I think he's just lost his control. I don't think Red's in front there,
That's
Jen.
a really bad shot. Yeah, I mean, if you can just keep taking position and be patient, ultimately you'll get your opportunity, but...
No, Jack's shooting at this. I thought that was unnecessary.
And he's missed, he's in trouble now.
Yeah, I was happy letting Sharif have a go at that hoop. As my best chance of getting back in it.
Well, he's already bounced out of it from dead straight, so... Yeah.
Just take straight hoop position. So, yeah, if yellow were to play in nicely, red can only clear black to the short boundary.
It looks to me like he might play red to there to be wide from blue. He was having a really good look at that.
I'm playing in here, irrespective of whether I can hit red or not. I just want to be in front, and I'm completely happy with red clearing me. And Sharif's, I think, going to play at the jaws here. So, he's run that. Again, this isn't a disaster for Jack. When you get your opponent who's got control of an odd numbered hoop, and you end up getting them to run it so they're a bit hampered of getting down to the even numbered hoop, it's not that bad being 2-1 down with first play at 4.
Do you think he was trying to run it?
No, I think he was trying to jaws it.
Yeah, I thought so too, and he's not getting anywhere with red, is he?
Yeah. And again, you watch yesterday, Fulford and Nazar, that black would have been 2 yards closer to hoop 4.
And that yellow that you're playing down there, you want him to play it on the line through black and the hoop and tight to the hoop, I think.
I agree with Jenny that I would want to play it in line with the hoop. There are players who would want it on the short boundary side, still runnable. It's dependent upon the strength of your opponent and how likely you think they are to clear yellow to wide position behind the hoop. So Jenny just off to do a bit of refereeing. There's a lot to be said for Sharif here, just playing wide out onto the west boundary. The last thing you want to do is fault this and leave it there. And equally, you don't want to put it in a position where black's got an easy stop shot clearance away, getting better hoop running position. So he's playing a sweep. That's close to being a fault. And to me, red there isn't any better than red off the boundary or sort of 20 yards south of corner 3. We'll get Jenny to tell you a bit about that shot. Here's a hoop go for black. Oh, great shot from Jack. So 2-all. Tell us about the hampered shot, Jem.
What would you like to know?
Well, from over here,
Yep.
It didn't sound like the crispest of contacts. And sort of, yeah, just sort of didn't sound as nice as I would like it to sound.
I was a bit marginal, but on the balance, I wasn't completely confident it was a fault.
Yeah, I think that's probably what I would have ruled had I been over there. You obviously had a much better view and hearing of it than I did. I think I would probably have given it a sling. These are two dodgy shots. So yellow's gone past the hoop. Then not only is red short, it's completely down the wrong line. Red should have been blocking blue at the hoop. It's now in front of hoop 12. Jack's given yellow
That's awful.
too easy a clearance. And okay, blue is going to take its hoop on. I just wanted yellow not to have quite that much control.
I think it depends on the strength of your opponent if you want to play that line and generate a shot for yourself with blue.
Good hoop again. and he's run it up to hoop 6 as well. So 2 very, very good hoops, and very nice to see Sharif applauding that. It was an excellent shot. And now this red's even worse because he's got a little bit of a hamper with the hoop. And I think the hill goes towards us, and he's hit the peg. So, not been the best 2 minutes for Sharif, that.
No. Yeah, he was a bit unlucky running hoop 3, but the approaches to 5 were poor.
And in an ideal world, black takes 2-foot position and allows blue the choice of either clearing red's corner 4 or, having a go if it's open. That's miles short again. It's hardly north of the peg.
I don't think he's really got into his head there the idea that it's black that he might want to run the hoop with.
Yeah.
I think he's looking at blue and going,
Do you think he was actually trying to go there and block yellow at blue?
Possible, yeah.
He's just run 2 really good hoops. And, these youngsters think, once they've started running hoops, it's going to continue for the rest of the day. And the fact is, it doesn't. We all end up failing the odd hoop every now and then. But I don't think there's any doubt that Jack will be attempting this with blue.
But you always want to maximise your percentages, and your percentage is black a foot in front of the hoop.
Yeah. And that's glued on the left-hand wire. May possibly
Not
give
runnable.
an in-off to either black or yellow.
I think yellow. I think black's going to corner 1 here. No?
Interesting.
Red's just taking jumping position, isn't it?
Yeah. So that indicates that yellow hasn't got the easy enough we thought it might have.
Well, I don't know. It's just a 50-50. Black's got to clear one of them. Probably needs to clear yellow, otherwise I think yellow might end up in the jaws. But if you clear yellow, then red's going to have an easy jump.
No, I mean, I sort of disagree with that, because I think blue can clear yellow. So as soon as...
No, yellow's playing first.
Ah, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Okay. So blue can't clear red. That's worked remarkably well.
Not sure about that.
It's really good, isn't it?
I think he's got the clearance on blue, taking position with yellow.
I don't. I think it's really difficult. So yeah, I think that's a fantastic result for Jack. Try and give you an update on the Lawn 6 match. And Allison 4-3 up in the second game against Ewan. But Ewan's got control of hoop 8. So a lovely shot from Sharif there. I don't think he's managed to do what Jenny suggested, which is managed to get yellow in position as well as clear blue. But a nice, sharp, clean shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was fine. Possibly needed greater angle, but yeah, maybe it wasn't doable.
Not very good. He's lost the red ball all the way to the east boundary, and he's given black a clearance on yellow.
He must think that yellow's runnable, but I thought it was well short of the hoop.
I thought it was short as well. I thought all he was trying to do there was clear black a long way away, keeping red 4 or 5 yards away from the hoop. Another good shot from Jack there.
I just didn't like his option. I don't see the need to clear black there.
Yeah, we don't take on sort of needless 3-yarders to far boundaries, do we?
I was completely comfortable with him choosing to clear blue. I'm not sure that you'd want to do that, but just clearing black is just shooting practice as far as I can see.
He's hit it. So he's put another yard on Jack's shot. So second go at hoop 6 from range from Jack. A good second prize there. Sharif can't take close position here.
Quite fancy taking wide position here.
Yep, so there's a big wide spot, sort of east-northeast
Yeah. And
of hoop 6.
again, I hate that.
We both just really hate that. I mean, that is basically forcing yellow to clear blue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Or it might be saying, I think you're rubbish at taking position with black.
Well, got some evidence that he's been a bit weaker taking position.
But even if that's the case, giving blue that easy clearance. And you know, this concept of take position and then clear is strong, isn't it?
It is,
So,
yes.
what the Egyptians don't do, and what the top players don't do, is deliberately play lines of take position, clear a 14-yarder. That's what happens when you start getting out of control at a hoop, isn't it?
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before about taking the time to develop the hoop. You know,
Yeah.
maybe play red to a wide position from blue. There's
Correct.
quite a wide area, and have a couple of rotations before someone has a shot at a hoop.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with a take position, clear an 8-yarder,
Yeah.
but deliberately take position, clear a 14-yarder. As you know, we've got a 9-day competition here. It just doesn't hold up over 9 days, does it?
No, I mean, I saw Reg doing that against Omar Fahmy, but Omar wasn't playing at his best, and I think Reg was using that for some form of practice, and he was hitting everything in the middle. It was really impressive to see.
And probably also fair to say the first strong performance we've seen from Reg this season, and we must have seen him play, what, 15 days worth of croquet already?
Yeah, he was reasonably weak at the start of the British Open. He obviously got stronger, made it to the final, and was very unlucky in that second game with Robert. But even at the start of the block play, when I played him, he wasn't taking position that well. He failed a couple of jump shots, a couple of hoops, blocks. He just looked a different player playing Omar. That's I saw.
Yeah. Well, I think one thing we know about Reg is at some stage he will produce this level of performance that we expect from him. And
all credit to him that he seems to be developing and strengthening his game to peak at the right time.
yeah, so he's played Ramsgate first off this season and didn't win that. And then he played the Open Golf here.
Yep.
Narrowly lost, losing to Robert.
Yep.
And then lost in the final of the AC Open.
Yes.
Do you want to tell us what happened in the first round of doubles in that, John?
First round of the doubles was quite good fun, yeah. I can't remember all the details of the games, but in the first game we were a bit worried about Reg's 6 tuples. So I managed to make a nice error to get Reg round first. And we TPO'd him and won that pegged out ending. And in the second game he really inexplicably misapproached hoop 3 from absolutely nowhere. And later on Pete got in and starting to pot around, and they stopped for a bit of a conversation, and Pete said, "Do you want me to stop at one back?" And Reg said, "Well, yes please." We duly missed our tea lady, and
Good hoop from Jack, 4-2.
Reg made his first roquet. I think he rushed the ball over to think about peeling, and suddenly realised that he was actually on hoop 3. So we had thought, myself and Alan, that he was just going to have a really impressive 6 tuple from hoop 3 or have a go at it. And Reg and Pete both thought they were on hoop 1.
So anyway, back to golf croquet, because we really shouldn't be talking
Yes.
about AC. What we've been trying to say in a somewhat disrespectful way is that what I think is probably the best golf croquet player I've ever seen, Reg Bamford, has probably lost 5 or 6 tournaments in a row, or failed to win 5 or 6 tournaments in a row. And I can't remember that for 15 years or so. So it's nice that yesterday we actually saw the real Reg, shall we say.
Yeah, I wonder if there just wasn't that focus there. I mean, there certainly wasn't the focus in the open doubles in that match. And he failed a lot of hoops against Robert in that final. And, he just wasn't hitting the ball straight. He had that match against Ian Burridge up on lawn 10, which was a absolute nightmare.
So looking at the balls at hoop 7 here, Jack's obviously got a clearance. Nothing wrong with that. But once again, I'm going to highlight this blue just isn't good enough.
Yeah.
No, fantastic clearance. He's moved it 20 yards down the lawn. But yellow doesn't need to move blue here, does it?
Yeah, I mean, if I have a 20-yard clearance, I want to be running the hoop if they miss the return.
So Sharif should just play in here. And that's going to be the difference between a player like Fulford, where yellow's going to be 3 foot straight in front of the hoop. And the hoop's going to... Jenny used a very good word earlier. The hoop's going to develop. These are quite one-dimensional tactics, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, get somewhere in front.
Right. And yeah, we saw Jack run a great hoop 4 and a great hoop 5, but then we saw him fail hoop 6 twice. I'm completely happy letting him have these 5-yard hoops, not even straight, providing I've got a ball 1 yard straight in front. And again, perfectly decent effort, sort of hit vaguely the middle of the jaws, but it spun round to the far side. And now, just think, if yellow had played to 1 yard position, red would probably only have had to move about 9 inches to block black at yellow. And then yellow would have had a 1 yard straight hoop. As it is, he's had a wibbly go at the jaws that's hit the near wire, finishing in a really bad place. He can't even get that in the jaws, that red, can he?
No, nowhere near.
So Jack's looking at a position where potentially he can jump through the hoop and red can't clear him. And Sharif's going to end up running this hoop or trying to run the hoop from the north boundary.
Yeah.
And it's all just going to get what we would call thrashy.
Yeah.
And we want to have controlled positions around hoops that develop and that we gradually maximise our chances with.
Yeah, I mean, I know some of the big hitting golf croquet players kind of look down on those sort of tactics of taking your time and patting around a hoop. But, they just have to hit and hit and hit, and sometimes you miss.
Yeah, and another one of our golden rules about 7-yard hoops.
Never miss. At least hit the middle of a wire.
Yeah, we don't mind not running them, but we need our ball to hit the middle of the wire and stay within range of the hoop. Taking hoop 7 on and finding your ball on the south boundary without the ability to put a clip on the hoop is just rank bad.
To be fair, we have seen a lot of that this week.
Not sure that's in front. Oh, it might be.
Well, it's blocking yellow's the target there, wasn't it? Not sure if it's blocking blue though.
I want to try and clear this. If there's no risk of brush peeling it.
He's going over the top.
This is almost making it compulsory to take the jump on with blue.
Yeah, I'm worried about brush peeling it with black, to be honest.
He's got loads of power. He shouldn't come down on the red. Well, there you go.
Well, he's just tried not to hit the hoop. Remember last time he tried to jump through hoop 2 and he hit the top of the crown?
Yeah, I just thought he had to make sure not hitting red there. Anyway, I said beforehand he was going to have to jump through with blue if he tries with
it's a very easy jump with blue if he's still there.
The problem I have is that he was in a position earlier where when blue jumped through, red couldn't get to 8.
Yes. Yeah,
so
I mean, that was very powerful.
He was going to get 5-2 up, basically with first play at 8 as well. And now even if he jumps this, I suppose blue is probably going to go down. Might stay on the lawn.
It's going to depend a wee bit on his technique, to be honest. I mean, here you want to go flatter, but you don't want to go all out. It's a very easy jump to control the distance.
At 4-2, I'm maximising running the hoop.
Yeah.
So if I have to go flat,
If you're on the boundary, you're happy, aren't you?
I'm going to go flat. Yeah.
Oh dear.
Again, too high.
Yep. Well, I don't know. I just sort of caught the wire nearest us.
Okay.
But
But
yeah.
certainly, I had that as 90% 5-2.
I fancied that being hit flatter and firmer.
And it's now 4-3 to Jack. Sharif has run that quite nicely, 3 yards in front of hoop 8. And if Jack's got a double, there's nothing wrong in taking it. Otherwise, I'm playing in between red and the hoop. But a nice double, always difficult to turn down. Missed that on the wrong side of the double.
I mean, I've seen very often, and it's something that you quite like doing, having a bit of a sort of a gentle wibbly go at the jaws of the hoop. These lawns have got a little bit of movement on them. I've seen very few shots playing down to the next hoop that have ended up in the jaws. They've normally just kind of rolled away somewhere.
Yeah, they're not attractive for that type of play.
And also, I think we saw up at hoop 7, the difference. The Egyptians tend to like having the hoops banged down. The difference between having a hoop that's firmly banged down, so we saw Blue have a go at the hoop, bounce out and spin around. If the hoop's soft in the ground, often it just kind of bounces out and just kind of hangs around. Yeah, so sometimes spins back through the hoop or just sits there.
Again, I hate that as a choice. Red isn't close enough to the hoop. Black is all over yellow. I just want to play down to 2-foot position, 1 yard position. If Sharif runs this, good on him. But, he's missed hoop 7 from the north boundary. There hasn't really been much quality play.
Tell you what, if you use the performance analysis tool by Andrew Cowing, the number of missed shots are just racking up. I know they're long, but there's a lot of shots that have been missed in this game now.
So, I'm just going to ask you straight out, can you explain to the viewers why Sharif might possibly play that last shot one-handed?
No, we saw him playing a few of them yesterday as well. I don't know. He may feel he's got a little bit more touch with that, but no.
If you actually watch that again on a replay, it looks like he hit the ball and then he sort of pushed through with the hand as if he wasn't happy with it. It just looked really weird. And so Jack's cleared, probably a little bit too hard.
Well, my only thought would be an injury, but he's shown no real sign of
Got
discomfort.
no injury. But talking about injuries, one of the things I think our viewers should be aware of is that arguably the pre-tournament favourite, and certainly the highest priced fantasy player, Mo Karem, is carrying an injury.
Yeah, Mo's got some sort of inflammation in his shoulder, which is pretty nasty. Every time you swing, those hurt.
Great shot from Jack. Hitting that in the middle makes all the difference. So I think that does make a significant imbalance in the tournament. We thought Mo was definitely going to be reaching the later stages. And let's just cross our fingers that the injury improves and we see the best of what is a world-class player.
And if it is inflammation playing every single day, he'll be taking something to ease the discomfort. That's probably not going to stop hurting him till it's over. Since you've raised the fantasy competition, I would like to point out that even though I said Red has been a bit rough, he is my expensive pick in my team.
2.15 million.
Yep. I think he's worth it.
Oh, lovely clearance. So, Red is definitely going to be shooting at this, so we might be in a bit of danger behind her. There's a couple of potential ramps in front of Jenny, so I'd be really careful here, love.
Yeah, it's the little feet that tend to help things fly.
It's a good chance for Jack to make up from that catastrophic hoop 7 and just put a 7-foot hoop dead straight, get it in the bag and get 5-3 up. No, near what? Same sort of shot from Sharif, maybe fractionally more angled. So up on lawn 6, Ewan's got a hoop 12 to beat Allison, and that's to qualify, I believe.
Nope.
No, he's 6-all, is it?
Yep.
Oh, I've got the colours the wrong way around. Quite right. 6-all in the second.
Yes.
Ewan game up.
Alison playing up first. I don't know if she knows on lawn 6 you need to aim at the hoop. It hill's a long, long way left.
Going back to our game, yellow failed the hoop onto that left-hand wire again.
Good shot.
That's a good. Oh, very
brilliant
good,
shot.
very good. So Sharif quite rightly taking the blue out because yellow couldn't clear it, but he's had the bonus that red's followed through onto yellow, knocking it off the wire in front of the hoop. So Jack's forced to clear this 7-yarder, and he should be taking it fairly mid-pace. That's a pretty good pace to hit it at. I think we should also try and get the viewers understanding the level of play at this match. If these two play out this level in the knockout, they will both go out first round, won't they?
Yes, they will.
We have seen some good shots, but there have been far too many errors for these two players to be competitive at this level.
Well, it's just this. I mean, I guess you don't take position so he's not going to clear you, but you don't take position so he doesn't have to clear you, so he can just go somewhere.
Correct. Yellow should be in front, forcing the clearance and moving yellow onto the short boundary, potentially giving yellow a later clearance that he can get his ball over to 9 with partner in front.
Yeah, I think this probably goes halfway between yellow and the boundary, doesn't it?
It does. Quite right. The other alternative is to take position with the blue and then just clear red. There's nothing wrong with that. He hasn't given yellow an easy stop shot clearance this time,
Yeah.
so that's fine.
He does look like he's pretty intent on clearing red.
So yeah, nothing wrong with longer position with blue. Red takes position, black clears red.
Game all, I think.
It is indeed. 7-6 to Allison.
Yeah, Alison took quite good sort of 4 or 5 yard position. I think Ewan had a couple of goes at it. I think she's run a hoop at the first half.
So nice shot from Sharif, blocking blue at the hoop, but that red's not going to stay there very long, I don't think.
So this needs to be firm. Black needs to come off the lawn here. Having moved red.
Dear, dear, dear. So Sharif will like this. He likes his power shots. They just crunch blue away up towards corner 3. Very nice.
Lovely clean shot. She's got a
and
small
then-
percentage of having hoop in the way as well.
Yeah. Yeah. So nudging his way back into the game, I would argue more through Jack's weak play rather than Sharif's strong play. Remember, Jack had that just a little 2-minute session where he ran a good hoop 4 and a good hoop 5, and that's sort of what he's been relying on to hold this lead. And Sharif hasn't done a lot particularly special.
It's just spotting Mo up on lawn 8, doing a bit of stretching and moving that shoulder.
And
The left shoulder in a bit of trouble.
look at the peg on lawn 8, Jen.
Huh.
The peg sort of 15 degrees at an angle, as if it's been a heavy session at the pub.
It's had a long week, that poor pig.
No, it doesn't like that from the moment it's off. So, going to be 4-all.
I think that's what we were talking about when they went up to hoop 6, where Jack didn't really try with the second ball to 6, because he'd run it with 5. He's got a couple of yard hoop at 6 and just fancies the smooth play. And he's bounced out of a few hoops and missed a lot of shots since then.
He has. And it's about building pressure on your opponent. Don't let them get back into matches without having played good shots. And Sharif really didn't play any good shots at hoop 7.
Yeah, I mean, they're both hitting quite a lot of really good clearances, but the number that they've missed is really racking up.
And the positional play hasn't been good enough.
That's nowhere near, is it?
I think it might be okay, Jen.
Rolling on a bit.
Yeah, we're going to give that some marks. That's 2 yards straight. Maybe 5-10 degrees off. Sharif hasn't felt the need to shoot at it, so he's played deep. So perhaps not quite as straight as we thought. There you go. Jack's having a look at that. Looks pretty straightforward to me.
Though. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I'm happy to take that on every time.
It's just different conditions the last 2 days. I mean, the sun was baking, the lawns were getting quite a bit quicker. And we had a couple of really grey, sort of overcast days that slowed things down a bit. We spotted a bit of overnight rain as well.
Yeah, we definitely had some showers overnight. The ground was wetter this morning.
It's going a lot further than I thought.
It's another good shot there. Possibly blocking yellow at the hoop, which is certainly one thing you want to be doing if black does fail the hoop, or gets cleared, even if red clears black.
I think it is blocking, because there was a bit of a shake of the head from Sharif as well.
Ah, good spot. So, tried to block black at the hoop, and now we'll see. I've mentioned a lot so far how important hoop 9 tends to be. But yeah, if you can take position first ball with 9 and run it straight away, get all the way up to 10, it's going to be winning a lot of matches, that sort of thing.
Oh, it just hurts when you go short or don't get a shot at hoop 9 first. It's such an important one to get position on.
And going back to the Open 6 weeks ago, there's no way that ball would have rejected 4 yards away.
Yes.
Nice clearance there from Sharif, maintaining position with yellow. Even if blue clears red now, red will be all over the black ball. So yeah. I think you have to let red have a go at the hoop here.
I don't know. I think red's almost on the blocking line. It may not even try the hoop.
That's okay. I'm happy to either take my hoop on with black or jump over red to hit yellow as a higher percentage than shooting down at red here.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, you're talking about the rejection at the hoop. Do you want to describe what happened at the end of Ian Lyons' match?
Well, Ian, I've already mentioned Ian's fantastic 6-yard jump shot, but before his fantastic 6-yard jump shot, he had a 2-foot, almost dead straight hoop. And he lunged at it so much, his body almost reached the hoop before the ball did. And it bounced back to that 6-yard jumping position.
Yeah, I mean, it was a phenomenal rejection as to how far back it came. And yeah, it was just a magnificent jump shot.
So Sharif's taking the clearance to corner 1 rather than the block. I think that's a better tactic. He's got his red on the south boundary.
Yeah, and the block, if it goes wrong, it's just a total disaster as well.
But equally, were Jack to hit this, the hoop moves very close to 50-50 again, doesn't it?
Yes.
I know Sharif plays first in, but black's going to be on a nice side boundary.
Oh, being a good shot and hitting these long ones is
got it.
massive.
He's got it. Yeah.
Oof.
Not ideal where black's gone.
Oh, it looked like it might have almost hit the hoop there.
but it's pretty good. I'm going to play tight in here. 1 yard straight.
Both hands on your mallet.
Both hands on my mallet, yeah. Surprisingly, I don't play too many one-handed shots. It's another weak shot. You know, that just is not good enough. It's fractionally inside the corner. But Jack's going to view this as a free go. What's the rule with free goes?
You've got to hit the hoop.
Got to hit the middle of the wire or better.
7 yards.
That's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
Interesting. I don't know if you spotted his left elbow came out during that shot to help
Yes.
himself generate the power. So I was looking at how much his body moved, and his body was pretty still. There wasn't the full lunge. But yeah, I don't know if the elbow came out because he felt it hit not the middle of the mallet or.
Two legitimate choices here, Jenny. Try and clear yellow, but my preference, clear the red. Happy to let yellow have a go at that.
Yellow's right in front, isn't it?
Hmm?
Is yellow not right in front? Or you
No,
think
no, it's
red's
on a
right
line
in
to
front?
just inside the corner, so about 40 degrees, I think. And yeah, I think this is a good choice again. Shreve getting rid of the blue, and we're back to where we were a couple of rotations ago.
Not back corner one this time, but he's kept yellow in the vicinity of the hoop.
Yeah, good choice.
Still, if Jack clears this, it is again back to 50-50.
It is.
Ewan's 2-0 up in his decider. Oh, goodness.
Not really. No.
Hello. Good shot.
Great shot. Hi to the world from Jenny and myself.
Hello, Will.
Another fantastic clearance from Jack there. 21 yarder. And blue's in a fantastic place. We often say it's important for the balls to leave the lawn. But if you're actually moving your ball towards the corner and there's nothing between near the corner that can clear you, actually leaving it on by a yard or two gives you a much shorter shot.
Oh, if anything, he's hit it at the absolutely perfect angle, hasn't
And Jack can play in here. I think earlier we've mentioned you want to be in a nice hoop running position, but you want to threaten that if yellow misses you, it might hit red,
he? Yes.
or that if it clears you, you might clear black into red.
Yeah, it's always nice having the opponent as the background.
So you've got to clear this. Very good. Excellent shot from Shreve.
Really good pace too.
Now I'm going to suggest a mid-pace or gentle clearance, which might leave the opportunity for black to play into blue, knocking them both in front afterwards. Hasn't hit it in the middle. I thought he hit it at quite a good pace.
Wasn't a bad pace. Maybe a tad hard, but pretty good.
But yeah,
Just didn't get the right contact though.
clearing red there in the middle, holding blue near the hoop. Obviously, you can't hold it in hoop running position, but then allowing black to play into blue, getting both black and blue in front would have been a very strong line of play. And I think we'll see black clear red. Lots of these shots, the top players, you know, yesterday Yasser and Robert would have got a wire. Yeah, we've probably seen 1 or 2 wires in the entire match so far, haven't we?
Yeah, that's where the positional play has been disappointing.
This needs to get off the lawn. Needs to get off the lawn. He's made it, I think.
Yeah, I mean, just getting those wires gives nothing.
Might need a referee here. So why are we so worried about this? It's because yellow plays next, and if yellow plays into position, blue's way north of the peg, blue's probably going to play into position, and if black is on the lawn, red can clear it to the west boundary. If red is off the lawn, then it becomes an outside agency and can't be moved by the red ball. So Jenny's made a decision. Thanks. Jack's just asking, can he move it off the lawn as an outside agency? But I think there's no need to do that. It's sort of on the line. But we'll just check whether it's on or off. What's Jenny said. So Jenny, was that on or off?
Well, Jack might be a bit unlucky here. It is currently on the lawn.
Yeah.
I thought I saw it shake a bit and rock back when it came to a stop long before I was called.
Yeah, so it hadn't been stationary for 5 seconds.
No, it had. Well, no, but if it crosses the line, it's out.
Only if it's been adjudicated as crossing the line.
That was the problem. I mean, Jack also saw it wobble. I asked them if they had clearly seen it come off the lawn. They had not.
Yeah. Neither of them were at a good angle to see,
Yeah.
were they?
And also, it's far enough on the lawn. It's about half a centimetre on the lawn that it can easily have rocked and not been off the lawn.
Right.
So,
And this is interesting. Is it in a position where if Sharif were to clear it quarter ball, his ball would have gone off the lawn before it reaches black?
yes,
And so how do you adjudicate that? And doesn't this need refereeing?
absolutely.
That's probably okay, that angle.
That's marginal to be okay, that angle.
So really, yes, Jack's
Going nuts at him.
yes. Really, before that shot was played, you needed to adjudicate the position that red could hit black to clear it onto certain angles, and what would be red leaving the lawn before it reached black, and what would be okay.
Yeah, I think that you needed to have a really good look down the line and probably have a second referee.
Right.
I think he's been really unlucky here.
Okay.
It
Again,
might be okay, but
yeah.
it was absolutely marginal. It's half a centimetre on the lawn.
Yeah, half a centimetre is very close to that angle, isn't it?
Yes.
This is very, very marginal. No. 2 out of 3.
I mean, if I was playing red there, I would have found myself a spot probably a yard up from corner one
Right.
and aimed to rush the ball there. I think Jack was unlucky.
Jack's still growing. He's 16 years old, and he's probably like a foot taller than I am when I saw him last 3 years ago. And it's understanding as your body develops how much more power you've got.
I do like his temperament though.
Yeah. Lots to like about him,
Yeah.
isn't there?
Lovely grip. It just needs to have a bit more precision in that position taking and putting a bit more emphasis on the importance of some of his shots.
No. So,
I'm not sure you could have heard the thigh slaps from over here, but there were 4 or 5 thigh slaps from Ewan as he didn't quite get position with black.
that's 5-4 lead for Sharif, having been 4-2 down. And he's run it to somewhere where you can run hoop 10. But you don't really want to take that on, do you, Jim?
About 3.5 yards back, what, 30, 40 degrees?
This looks much better by Jack. That's much better.
I think yellow can clear that to corner 3 though.
That's fine with me.
But yeah, you're making yellow play something that will take it out of position. How good's this thing?
It's pretty good. It's slightly angled.
Probably
15 degrees.
Yeah, I'm probably having to go up black to corner 3 here. That's right, blue.
I'm happy with that, providing my black is in a better position than red.
Yeah, you still got the clearance. You got what, 11 yarder, 10 yarder? Ooh, wrong side.
This is the position you dream about when you're 5-4 down.
Yes.
This is a 7-yarder at red. If you hit it hard in the middle, red goes off the west boundary. And if you get a little bit lucky, you get just the right contact and your ball finishes 2 yards in front of 11.
And that's what you go for. It's all those little percentages.
And then it comes back to, is black good enough? So good shot. Blue's finished about 5 yards away from hoop 11. And red's made it over to hoop 2. So it's a 15-yard clearance probably.
It's not bad though. He's not taking it, is he?
Poor shot from Sharif.
But yeah, far enough back that
What should have been a high pressure shot for Jack at 5-4 down with red in front of the hoop and yellow potentially clearing later on is now much less pressure. He knows blue's 5 yards away from 11 and he'll really fancy his chances at 11 if he can run this hoop. Good shot, good shot. 5 all.
it's a nice comeback.
The good thing from Sharif's point of view is that red is a really good clearing ball.
Can you find a spot where red can't clear?
Good question from Jenny. Step 1 is yellow can't run the hoop. I don't think you can. I think he's got a big enough backswing
Okay.
to be able to clear. Remember, he's quite a short backswing.
A bit of a go at finding that spot, but yes.
So, yeah, Jack's played to hopefully where yellow can't clear blue and where Sharif's got a little bit of a backswing issue, but I don't think he'll worry about this. Just clear blue. Good shot. Again, it's not fantastic because he's lost red to the middle of the west boundary.
Well, also, I think there's an off possibility with black. I was slightly tempted to have a go at the in-off with red there. Probably a bit aggressive.
Yeah, we can't exactly see where yellow is. It might be sufficiently far over here that it's not on.
True, yeah.
So again, taking good position so yellow can't clear you. And that is not so yellow can't clear you. Can he get into the draws from that?
I think so.
I'm not sure he
That's a
can.
decent shot. Ooh,
Well, I think blue can clear that.
yeah.
I mean,
Might
Yeah.
be able to clear it staying in the position of the hoop as
yeah,
well.
just aim 1/3 ball on the right.
Yeah.
Hitting it in the middle isn't peeling it. Hitting it on the left-hand side is.
Yeah.
Good shot. Blue's gone down to the peg. Black's in front of the hoop. Big cheer there as Brian Lozano runs hoop 13 from distance. And that's against Yasser Syed. And that is a significant match. Brown's already got 3 match wins.
Yeah, Brian's like number 7 in the block, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Performed really well.
One of my fantasy team members.
This is true.
Big shot for Jack. Great shot.
Really nice, smooth hoop stroke again. Just, played the shot rather than hurling himself at the hoop.
So 6-5 to Jack.
Shows a good bit of confidence in his hoop stroke as well.
Yeah.
That looks like a really good yellow.
So yellow's a good distance away from hoop 12, but the angle isn't great. And I think Jack might just fancy having a go at this for the game.
Yep, he's had a bit of a fiddle with it. Yellow's open on black, so
The alternative choice is just take position and allow black to clear yellow from the south boundary. I like having a go at these. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. That's well in play. Could be a useful ball if red doesn't take good position. If red is in good position. It isn't, it's gone.
it has gone.
That's a really challenging hoop there for red. Yellow's much easier, and neither are easy.
Not sure. Is yellow open on the hoop?
Where you can jump it, so
Yeah.
might be quite tempting to jump that. I think I'm playing a ball in here.
So, question: blue is clear on getting up to 13. Do you think? It does look like red's more towards us.
I don't care whether it is or it isn't, because it can nudge up to red.
True. Yes.
So that would allow black to be first to 13. So I'm just going to play a ball in here, slightly on the eastern side of the hoop, just so that the yellow ball can't stop me away and maintain position.
I mean, it'll still be able to stop you away though, so it maintains some control of the hoop. I do like that position there though.
You see, I don't, because I like that position. If yellow stops black away, we know blue can stop red away, taking position.
Yes.
So I'm very happy with anything involving yellow leaving blue where it is. This is a gentle go at the hoop. Oh, it's a really good shot.
Lucky it didn't go an inch further.
What we're definitely not going to see now is blue clear red a long way away, because that would be clearing it up to 13. So the question we have to ask is, does Jack want to take the jump on with black, which has catastrophic potential of peeling yellow and allowing Sharif first play to 13? Or is he just going to accept that he's going to lose hoop 12 and just try and play his balls to good position so they can get to 13 easily?
Well, it's another awkward point that if you do accept that you're going to lose 12, you really did need to do something about red, because otherwise red comes off black up towards hoop 13.
Which is what he's done.
Yep.
Now, Sharif tried to play the little nudge to allow yellow the rush on red
I think he's
up
played
to
it
13.
magnificently.
It looks good to me as well, Jen. That's definitely up there. It's a good shot. 3 yard straight hoop. Fine. So Sharif's got a rush. Is he going to play it?
Yes.
Your number one priority here is getting red past the hoop. You want red to have a hoop shot, don't you?
Yes, you have to give red a hoop shot because you've lost yellow from the hoop.
No,
Goodness.
no. Playing up.
I thought, given how good Jack's hoop shots were in the last couple of hoops, that he might have been threatened by black. And it blew up here. Black's all over yellow.
Yeah, the cut up, the rush on red might have been more of a cut than it initially looked.
And it is all your eggs in one basket doing that rush.
It is.
You have to get up there. You have to run the hoop because they're all over it. Oh dear. That is that blue blocking yellow?
No. This is short.
It's awful. It's not
That's
reaching
just
either.
short.
Come on.
So, options for Jack: run the hoop with black, or if you think blue's much easier, clear the yellow.
Yellow.
And I'm clearing this absolutely in the middle, wanting to maintain black tight to the hoop.
Yeah, you're not guaranteed blue's going through. Just keep control. I do like both his approach shots to 13 though.
Good shot.
Yeah, and Richard spotted there's a really nice wire using hoop 6.
Yeah, and that's one of those times I wouldn't have been trying to get the wire. I want to just focus on keeping black tight rather than maybe playing it 10 degrees off and losing it another 4 yards away. Oh, it was close. So, after quite a long first game,
Yep.
we've now got not that difficult a hoop for Jack.
Not that difficult. It is failable though. I mean, yeah, I see what you mean, because you could have played that stop shot, and maybe did, to try and have black follow on and be blocking yellow at blue. But I do much prefer the option of keeping two balls in front. So I was a bit distracted there by another very powerful shot by Ewan.
Yeah, in the Ewan Allison third game, it's 3-all.
I think Ewan's getting a bit frustrated. He had a big jump shot that failed hoop 6 and ended up with hoop 5.
Dear. Now, has he been lucky and got wired from red?
And that's why you want black still in play as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. Black becomes really an important ball now. I think Shreve's just gone for a comfort break, assuming Jack was about to win, which isn't ideal, to be perfectly honest.
A little bit premature to do that when you're on hoop 13. You can relax. Mind you, it's been a very long game, so...
So on lawn 1 behind us, they're still playing the first hoop after Brian had that exciting win on hoop 13. Very big match for Brian, this. Already got 3 wins in the block.
Well, I thought I'd linger for a cheeky look. Yellow's completely open on the hoop, which is not obviously that relevant, but it does mean that it's got a double as it tries to clear blue. And red and blue are fully wired.
Fully wired, and blue's presumably dead straight in front.
It's a slight angle, hence the sort of target with yellow.
Right.
But it is absolutely trivial, yeah, for all intents and purposes.
So is red going to try and run hoop 10 and hit blue?
I would have thought red's a bit more likely to take deepish position and yellow will have a go at its target. If it's still there, because obviously black's going to try and take blocking position. I think what you probably want to do is put red in somewhere nice, and try and talk black into trying to move red, because that will dissuade black from blocking this target that yellow's got. So I think what I'm hoping for here is that I do have a shot at this target with yellow.
The best outcome is running the hoop with red here and clearing blue. But it's not an easy shot. So he's done what you've suggested.
Yeah, it didn't look that easy. Red was on a bit of an angle there.
And I think you've got a nice sort of double block here. You can try to block red at the hoop.
Yeah.
And if you overhit it by 2 balls, you've blocked yellow at blue.
I don't like where he's put red. I wanted to force him to clear red there.
You want it 2 yards nearer, don't you?
Yeah. I want to stop him from blocking the shot, because I think that my best chance is being able to have a go at the shot with yellow.
And I don't feel sufficiently threatened by red not to want to take on this double blocking opportunity.
Yeah, I think black's free to play to wherever it wants to. It's very tight, but I do think the hoop is just open. So he's having a bit of a look. And also he's clearly getting in his head the line.
So a question here is, would there ever be a stage where, as black, you'd say, look, if you're going to move yellow in to be your next shot, can you move it in now?
Technically you're not allowed to, but yeah, I think it's a good idea. I have this position where if my ball is completely critical, I'm very, very reluctant to move it in. I just want to be fair to my opponent.
So he's tried to flick that on the left-hand side. Firstly, so his ball goes off in front of 13. My other question is, was he trying to cut red to the blocking position on yellow?
clever option. It's much more difficult than playing to a blocking position.
It certainly doesn't look like a clever option when you miss it, though.
I just thought red had left him the opportunity to play black to a block.
Yeah.
And there was quite a nice angle to play into.
Yeah,
that
we're
block.
both playing black in.
Just gives yellow a bit of hope. And now we've got this position. Excuse me. Yeah, I mean, I really don't like moving a ball in when it's so critical. And yes, I don't like refereeing moving it in, so apologies.
Good shot.
I think that was probably the most likely option, just to catch a bit of that on the way through.
Missed by nothing on the left.
Really pretty good shot there.
So, Sharif's first go at winning the game.
Yes. Looked like we had a bit of tension up on lawn 6 about where to replace a ball on the boundary.
Yeah, so Alison's 5-4 up in the decider against Ewan on lawn 6, and 10 looks like it's anyone's.
Is this the first shot we've seen at the hoop? No, we've had Jack had a shot earlier.
Jack
didn't he?
had a fairly straightforward hoop. And that hasn't bounced back into position. That's come back our side, quite angled, I think.
It's probably loosened the hoop a bit again. If you go up to the hoops, what you can see is around the carrots, there are quite big holes.
Right.
So, yeah, the hoops are only holding on sort of under the ground by a bit.
Now this is a standard black takes position. Yellow takes position. Blue clears red. So all you got to do is get good position, not blocking blue at red.
There's that little bit in your head saying, if I run the hoop now, the game's over.
And nothing wrong in taking the hoop on here, but I think, we're just going to take position.
I think Jack is.
And we're not taking position there. We are not taking position 3.5 yards away from the hoop.
You might have just missed a double up there.
Sharif's playing a ball in. Oh, it's flicked the hoop and gone behind red. That is catastrophic. That is the worst place you could put it.
Right, can he take good, tight position with blue?
Yeah, all he has to do is make sure blue is nicely in front and red can't hit it.
Red might be able to get into the jaws, though.
Well, fine.
But
You've got a 5-foot jump shot then, haven't you?
yeah.
But, this is like gold dust, really. For Jack. Great opportunity from, having been in a dodgy position.
And you absolutely can't shoot at this because it's just going to have some sort of Newton's cradle effect with red staying where it is.
Yep. And it's going to be 6-4 to Alison very shortly against Ewan in the decider.
Yeah, Alison's a very steady player.
Probably not the best description of Ewan.
No, and yeah, I was just thinking before, she's really not the player to get frustrated around.
So we both hate that shot, Jen. He's had your Newton's cradle. And the only explanation is he thinks red can just run the hoop. And I don't. Yeah, if red draws is, I'm happy with my jump shot.
He was looking at it as though he thought that he could get a double clearance. There might have been a bit more of a gap between red and yellow than we thought. Which means if you can get it half full, maybe the double clearance was on.
Don't like it.
No.
Just don't like it. So he's going to ask for the hoop to be refirmed, which indicating he's going to have a go at a really very difficult hoop here. I want to take position, hopefully blocking red at the hoop. When yellow plays in, I'm going to clear yellow with blue. Might be a really good result for him there. That might have bounced back blocking red at the hoop. So basically, he could have taken position exactly where I wanted him to via a go at the hoop. Sharif again playing in short. It's just simply not good enough. These two players are going to get absolutely mullered by their number one seed if they end up fourth in this block.
Well, I think Jack's interesting because I really, really like his swing.
Yeah.
And I think if he can get that right, he'll hit a lot. He'll run a lot of hoops. But some of the options and the position taken haven't been good enough. He's just missed a few shots in this game.
And this is playing up to cuddle red, I think.
Really difficult shot to get right.
Yep, another long range effort fails, and I think this time we are going to see this game finish. What time is it?
I have absolutely no idea.
Richard Bilton kindly helping us out. An hour and 3/4.
Yep, it's 11:15.
Oh my word. Oh my word.
Yeah, just tried to play that smoothly and took a bit of the wire.
Shreve clearing, it looks like. Not very well. And Jack's immediate reaction is to have a go at the hoop. I want him to think now. Is yellow behind the hoop? Can I just take position?
I'd like
Are
him to
the
check-
better options?
I want him to check the hoop now. It just cannot stay firm there.
But if yellow's behind the hoop and black can run, just playing blue into 1 yard position, trying to avoid any double clearance potential for red onto black and blue, is my preferred line of play. I don't want to have this 6.5 yard hoopers. You know, it's not great. We should have started count, shouldn't we, Jen? I'm reckoning that's the 6th go at 13. Do you think we're going to get to double figures?
We could well. We've had a couple of really long range goes, haven't we? We've had Jack's starting attempt and that full shot with black. No, I don't think so. It's quite angled. Well, yeah, Richard was just asking if black runs. I don't think so.
So this is the right choice. This is being wired from yellow and forcing yellow to clear blue.
Do you think yellow might just cuddle blue instead?
It's difficult from that angle, but it is a possibility.
The trouble is if you clear blue, then it's just got red all the way over the side of the wall.
Correct, it has. So now I am probably going to play a cuddle. This is just my range. I like the choice of shot.
Execution's
Beautiful,
excellent.
beautiful. They're the shots more players need to get good at. It should be winning.
They're difficult though, and if you don't have smooth lawn conditions, they're dreadfully difficult.
Looks like Sharif's playing a very wide angled cut, trying to cut blue into black, and he's missed it, as most people do with those.
Very
Had a
difficult.
good attempt at taking Jack out, but managed to miss him as well. So here we go.
I normally don't like people taking hard goes at hoops, but I'd like to see him run this firmly.
This is the easiest of the
Yeah.
7, isn't it?
Well, the previous one was about this.
There we go. Game 1 to Jack.
And Ewan's now got about an 8 yards to stay in the match.
Yeah, Alison's 5 foot in front of Rover. Hoop 12.
The concern
6-5 up.
here is Ewan gets a bit frustrated and may just throw everything at the shot.
That's a bad shot. Bottom bevel, bouncing. And Alison's now got a 5 foot straight hoop 12 to win the match.
Thought he might go at that medium pace, but I think he's just less comfortable at that pace.
There we go. Alison wins the match. Lots of players on 3 wins now there. It's going to be a treat later on today.
We will have an evening of playoffs. It's going to be great. Might just pop in and get my phone so we can have a look at results and where there will be flaps.
So the referee's just trying to improve this hoop 3 a wee bit. It's got quite a big gaps around the top of the hoop. I think that's making it become loose very quickly. So it's up out of the ground. Jack's back at the lawn, but certainly the lawn isn't quite ready yet. They're doing a bit more extensive work around hoop 3. A reminder, you can keep up to date with the block positions on Croquet Scores, and it's the top 4 players from each group that qualify for the knockout. Any ties involving 4th place will mean we get playoff games, which will be done later this afternoon and evening. But if you're tied for 1st or 2nd or 3rd, it'll just go to net games, net hoops. In the knockout, the block winners play the 4th places in a different block. So a big advantage, theoretically, to winning your block. And the gardening's finished. Hoop 3's been reset. Shreve's down in corner 4 and Jack will be joining him. And we'll be about to start game 2. Remember, game 1, about an hour and 50 minutes. (7-6) to Jack.
I have a question for you, Chris, and it's not specifically related to this match. It's not something that arose here, but what's your take on coaching between games within a match?
Not allowed. I'm pretty sure I've had that clarified. So I don't coach between games in a match. There is a slight variance to that in that there tends to be quite a lot of coaching between games, particularly at Women's World Championships with the Egyptian players. And so I slightly take a different view there, and I just do whatever the other player's coach is doing. But no, as a basic, what you should be doing, I think you can coach your player during the 10-minute warm-up.
Yep.
And then you shouldn't be coaching your player either during a game or between games.
I'm not 100% sure if that is explicitly covered in the rules. I think the rules generally talk about a game, but
I think that's true. I think I asked for clarification about 3 years ago, and that was what was given.
Right.
Two good positional shots there by Sharif. Yellow is brilliant. Red's quite good. The key to red is Jack felt the need to move it. I wouldn't have done. I'd have just played a ball in. Had yellow been the first ball, yeah, I'm going to take 2 shots at that, but red's just not good enough, given Shreve's hoop running so far this match, to justify the need to shoot twice at it.
Yeah, I think 1 shot's reasonable, but 1 ball and 1 shot.
But not as a hard and fast rule, Jen, is it? If yellow's there, we're going to take 2 shots at it, aren't we?
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And that's the reason why we would have played the first ball in.
But also, yellow is very likely to be able to be run down to hoop 2, so you do need to put a lot of effort into moving that. Looks like Stephen Mulliner and Yoey Alibo heading off for quite a critical match.
Yoey's in a great position. He's won 4 matches already, and he's game up against Ian Burridge.
Yes.
So he only needs to win 1 more match. Even if he doesn't win either of those 2 matches, he's probably got a playoff. So he's in a really good position.
I think Stephen's got a playoff as well, even if he doesn't win. I'm not 100% certain. I think Stephen's won all overnight. I ran into Dom back at the clubhouse, and he's won all at the moment in his really critical game with Matthew Essick.
Dom lost the first 7-2 and won the second 7-6. And he said the difference was, in the second game, Matthew only snicked his 25-yarders rather than hitting them all in the middle.
Matthew's been a bit of a find for golf croquet, actually. He's pretty new to it, I understand. And just like when he took up AC, he's very, very strong. We've maybe started this game at about 11:27. Let's see the duration of it.
And we've started off with much better positional play. That blue's okay. The red's exceptional. The black's really good.
Yeah, they're all really good balls in there.
And that was the area I really wanted improvement from Jack in the first game.
Would you have 100% of the time cleared blue there?
No.
I don't think blue can rush red to somewhere wide.
It's impossible.
Pretty long.
I want to force blue to clear red. Lots of things can go wrong. I want my yellow in front of the hoop.
Yeah, I mean, obviously hitting blue is hugely powerful. You get blue on the south boundary if you hit it cleanly, which is great, but you're putting absolutely everything on a 11-yarder.
The only reason to take the shot is because how good red was.
Yeah.
If you hit it, you're basically guaranteed to win the hoop, aren't you?
Well, if he misses his return back.
Or rush peels you.
Yes, yeah, there's a good percentage for rush peeling, which I'm always a fan of.
Can I talk?
It's on.
Is it known? Is it pre-known that which block is going to play which for which block?
Very good question from our friend Salah. He's saying from the knockout draw, do we know which block is going to play which other one? And the answer is no. So my understanding is there's going to be multiple coin tosses. So if you're in A or B, you're going to play either G or H.
Yep.
So if block A gets heads, it'll play A, it'll play G. If it gets tails, it'll play H. And obviously vice versa for block B.
Okay.
Likewise, block C and D, there'll be a coin toss to see whether they play either block E or block F. Welcome.
So yeah, that's a draw format called the block seniority method. I'm really not a fan of it, particularly this week, because what it does is it puts in the same, it's the same quarter, isn't it? The 4 people out of your block will end up in the same quarter. So, you know, no matter what someone in my block does, how well they perform, they will be in the same quarter as Reg Bamford. It's trying to get a balance between using block results, which are very common in golf croquet, which take the last week's results as being critical, and using rankings, which can take 20 or 30 years of results.
Well, that's extreme.
Yeah.
The ranking system uses about the last 37 games.
Okay.
For some people, that might be 2 weeks, and for some people, it might be 3 years.
Yeah. One of the issues and one of the weaknesses, I think, with block seeding, and there's a lot to be said for both methods, there's a lot of arguments for and against both, but is that traditionally, and it hasn't really happened this year, but traditionally the Egyptians have turned up and have really struggled to find their form early on. Doesn't mean they're bad, but it means they lose some early matches against players you wouldn't normally expect them to, and then they find their form and peak, as you'd want to, in the knockout stages. And if you use block results, you could end up with an incredibly uneven draw.
So what this method does is it guarantees that the 8 people who were the 8 top seeds going into the event, irrespective of their position in the block, assuming they all qualify, end up in 8 separate eighths.
Yes. So
2 in each quarter.
that's a positive, but the fact that whatever block you're drawn into is essentially the block you come through with, that plus one other block interleaved. What are the percentages for the people you can play?
So at the start of the tournament, you know there's 62.5% of the players that you can't play until the semi-final.
And you know if you've got this one remarkable player and you were in their block, you're staying with them in their 8th.
Yeah. So Jack's does actually manage to get quite a strong position here. Sharif's just missed a gentle clearance from the boundary, and I think red and blue are wired. So blue should get a go at this fairly straightforward hoop 2 to equalise at 1-1.
I don't think they're playing well enough, though, that black's going to be interested to play to the halfway line.
No.
I mean, that's a sign of their lack of confidence at the hoops, is that, you know, at least in the British Open, you'd look at this and say this is a banker, I'm
Yep.
going halfway.
Absolutely. So back through the hoop here. No wire. So he hasn't blocked blue running the hoop.
He's run it pretty clean, he's been unlucky.
At least yellow's runnable. You know. Yeah, good hoop. So 1-0 to Jack in games, 1-1 in hoops in game 2. Looks like a good shot there from Sharif. Nice position. And I would argue if he had 2 goes at hoop 1, logic says he's going to have 2 goes at hoop 3.
Yes.
This is definitely a better position than Sharif had at hoop 1. Yeah, he's got that.
Really nice shot. And again here, you know, generally you feel that you want to hit balls in the middle. If you hit that absolutely in the middle, your ball's going to stay on the lawn and it's going to be able to be cleared all the way back to this boundary. So having a half ball's pretty useful.
Maybe a couple of balls short there by Sharif, but it's easily runnable.
Yeah, sure he's still in the box seat, as you'd expect from someone who's played up here first. Very interesting match starting on lawn 6 now.
It is actually. We've got defending world champion Ben Rothman against Lionel Tibble of England. And Ben is struggling to put wins on the board, isn't he?
Yeah. And I know Lionel's ranked a bit more lowly, but he goes through these phenomenally good shooting patches.
So I think Ben's still only got 2 wins, is it?
I think so.
And he's game all overnight against Dusan Terça from Portugal. So the pressure is just starting to build. I don't think that's an issue for Ben. He's a good player under pressure. So hopefully it'll just help focus his mind a bit. But
Well,
Yeah.
this is another one of these positions where, yes, Ben's not doing very well, so block-based seeders are going to say, well, he deserves to be in position number 4. But he's the sort of guy who will probably build more as the knockout games get a bit more serious.
Oh, absolutely. Going back to my first GC Worlds in 2006, I won my block and ended up playing a 4th place placer in another block called Mark McInerney, who seems to have the highest ranking of all time now, and won the next World Championship, or a couple of World Championships after that.
I think Mark might also have had to get through in a playoff.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, players travelling halfway around the world, it was held in New Zealand that year, are clearly not going to be as on form as home players, and it didn't come as much surprise to many people that Mark beat me in the first round of the knockout, and went on to reach the semi-finals.
Yeah, this Ben Rothman's block shaping up very interestingly. Ben and Lionel's basically a knockout match, and the winner will be expecting to have a playoff later this afternoon.
And back down there, we've got a position which is what I try and generate. I try and generate my ball 2 to 3 feet, dead straight in front of the hoop, and force my opponent to jump it from the boundary.
Yep.
Now, the truth is, they shouldn't be jumping it from the boundary. They should be clearing it half ball, in that case on the left-hand side, so your ball goes to a short boundary side, and living to fight another day. Just giving them enough chance to get their balls back into the hoop. As it was, Jack went for the long-range jump, low percentage. Sharif, to be perfectly honest, didn't run the hoop very well. He's run it all the way off the lawn, and you know, that's disappointing from having an easy hoop. Another poor positional shot from Jack, who's finished level with the hoop, potentially giving red an easy northwards clearance if yellow can play a good positional shot. And again, going back to the stronger players we've seen, their balls have just been in front of the hoop more often and closer.
Well, that's a nice positional shot, but given the hoop running that we've seen, it's by no means guaranteed. I think Stuart Smith might be game all or game up against his opponent over there.
He's playing Kareem Gamry.
He was something like 5-2 up when I looked before, so putting in a fairly strong performance this week.
Very strong. He's on 4 out of 6 at the moment, having beaten Fletcher. So yeah, he's having a good week. The winner of that match definitely qualifies, because I think they're both on 4.
And Robbie Fletcher's actually in the similar sort of position to Ben Rothman.
He is.
And he's another player who's come off-season, landed a day or two before the event started, and will just you'd expect to get better and better. The loser of which one? Okay, so yeah, Fletcher. If Fletcher wins his match, yes, his best chances in a playoff. And I tell you, I wouldn't really want to be playing against Robert Fletcher in a playoff.
And neither would you want to be playing Robert Fletcher if you've just won your block.
Yes.
So nice clearance from Jack there. He was starting to get in a bit of trouble at hoop 5, but he's hit that in the middle. Black stayed within 5 yards, and he's got the opportunity now to get this blue ball that's almost, you know, in corner 2, almost as far away from hoop 4 as you can get, back into the hoop. And the question is, can he get it back in between yellow and the hoop?
Yeah, you just want to put a good, accurate ball in here.
This looks much better from me. Has he got the line right? Well, interesting. Has it finished on the right-hand wire?
Yes, it has.
So it's not going to be great with yellow there.
It's definitely not runnable. It can go into the jaws, but...
And red has blocked black at yellow. So the best chance you've got is probably almost dead weight at blue, moving it a ball into the jaws. Unless you've maybe got... Have you got half a yellow? Maybe you can squeeze past that red.
Maybe a fifth of yellow.
Well, with only a fifth of yellow, I think I'm playing gently into blue and crossing my fingers I get a good result.
Blue's a wee way off the wire, so I thought there's a lot of play for either moving blue away from the hoop, which you don't want, or getting it nicely into the jaws. I think I fancied that. There really wasn't much of yellow.
So what you're saying is that the in-off isn't really on here? Oh, apparently it was.
Would appear the in-off was on here.
Okay, so 3-1 Sharif.
Quite a positive return. I was feeling a wee bit down about his play, although he's hit some quite good shots. We've got a scoreboard that might be up to date over on Ornate. Guess we'll start using the scoreboards during the knockout. Would be handy.
Yep. It's just a matter of limited volunteer effort. There's already huge numbers of members putting in time on catering and all the other things that need doing during big events. And, you know, having another 11 looking after scoreboards is just too big an ask, really.
Absolutely, and gosh, we've had some long days.
Yeah. So black trying to play in to block yellow at blue. It's just gone 2 balls too far. But it's a useful ball. Black runs the hoop. If blue only gets cleared a few yards, black could well be useful there.
Might also be in the way of clearing red, but
It might be.
yeah, it is a handy ball still.
So 2 options here. You can either try and clear red in the middle, or you can run your hoop.
I think you just look at how handy your backswing is.
Yeah.
It's not. Just a bit in the way of the feet.
I don't like these personally when I'm down, because I just feel less confident I'm going to run it cleanly up to 6.
You get a bit pokey, I think. You sort of lose your swing a wee bit.
Yeah, I'm definitely, you know, almost playing it like a jump shot.
Probably where you need some of Reg's mental skills approaches just to play the shot normally.
That took virtually no wire, hit the middle of the peg, and has just bounced off to the side. So good hoop from Jack. Shreve plays into pretty good hoop position. It's probably 25 degrees, open on blue. So all Jack will be trying to do is take good hoop running position and expect blue to be able to clear the red.
Yep, and yellow's offside, but he's advised Sharif that it'll stay there. So it's sort of level with a bit north of hoop 6.
Okay again, it's 2 yards instead of 4 feet. And yellow will play in between black and the hoop.
So reaching, that's a really good shot, I think.
That is about a ball short, but basically a good shot. Yeah, nice central contact. It's pretty close to a wide position. Jack's following on, intently looking at the spot it went off. Yep, Sharif's got it accurately, and he's moved it in straight away. So this is his gentle positional shot. So might have been wide. Might just actually fancy he's playing it down a good line for the block. Just failed to get it. And now we have to see whether taking 2 yard straight position is good enough.
Yeah, he's got a lovely hoop stroke, but we've seen a lot of these failed. There we go.
Now 2 choices for Sharif. Most people think, well, yellow's just going to run. But he could clear black getting over to 7.
I'm running this because it's for 4-2 up.
And I'm running this because I've been so bad at running hoops. I want as many goes as possible.
And that's the problem with going for those dribbly ones, though. These hoops, especially when they're firmly in the ground, it just kind of bounces off a bit. It's probably dead in front, which is very handy, but yeah, you'd rather fancy being in the jaws or an inch through there.
So I'm going to take hoop position. Because if you don't take hoop position, you risk red clearing black getting over to 7.
Yeah, I think you're just going to lose the hoop, though.
Yeah.
So now red's going to clear black, sending black north.
Well, choices, isn't it? You send black north and guarantee the hoop. Do you hit it in the middle, almost guaranteeing the hoop? Or do you hit it on the right, getting to 7?
I'm getting to 4-2 up. I'm going to take this option that Sharif did, guaranteeing the hoop. If you... Relief. No?
Okay. So we're going to give you a little bit of a change of commentator now. Jenny and myself are going to head off to lunch. And we're going to leave you in the more than capable hands of Mr. Reg Bamford and Nelson Morrow.
Hi everybody, thank you for listening. So the Clarks have gone off for their lunch, and we've got Reg and Nelson here for you to take over for a short while we continue watching Lawn 2 with Jack and Sharif.
Okay, good morning, Reg.
Good morning, Nelson.
Nice to be here on another nice day in
Yes.
Southwick. We're going to continue with the match on Lawn 5, which is Sharif versus Jack Good, America versus England, and Jack took the first game and is now in the second game, and we're at hoop 7, and the score is
4-2.
4-2.
4-2, I think it's 4-2 to Jack, is it?
4-2 to Jack, yeah.
No, sorry, it's 4-2 to Yellow and
Yep, 4-2 to Sharif. Yep.
4-2 to Sharif, yeah.
Yep.
I think this is the first time I've ever done any commentary with you.
It is. It's the first time,
Exciting.
yes.
I'm
Yeah.
actually really looking forward to this. Now, you please not ask me any questions around tactics, because it's
It's not your forte.
because that's not my strength. There are going to be no useful insights around
No.
tactics and strategy.
Yeah. People just have to get used to 2 clipped accents.
Exactly. I'm far more interested to watch these players and their body language and how they're thinking
Yeah. I mean, both of these.
and feeling. Yeah.
I'm from this block, so I have played both these players. Jack was my first game. He absolutely hit me off the court. He played
Really?
beautifully, and he's got a good temperament. He's only 16 years of age. Good swing. You know.
Wow. And he's 16, is he?
Yep.
Yeah. That is
So
actually awesome.
Jack is going to run hoop 7, I should think. Yep,
Yeah.
beautifully run, and probably 2/3 the way down towards hoop 8. Great shot. It's where you want to be, isn't it, really?
Yep, it's a very good shot. I watched poor Sharif last night. He had a game against Ian Lyons,
Yes, I know.
and
And Ian Lyons pulled out a jump shot, which was amazing.
was incredible, wasn't it?
6 yards angled,
Steeply angled,
Yeah.
and there was Sharif in the jaws of 13.
Yep. Ian had already failed 2 relatively easy
Yeah,
hoops, and then ran the most difficult one possible.
so it was very interesting to watch his body language after losing that game, because you could clearly see that he'd lost, and he was.
Yeah.
I mean, he was obviously regaling the croquet gods.
Yes,
his bad luck.
Yes, well, I played him on Sunday. I took the first game on 7-2. He wasn't looking too happy after that either.
Because I think that there is a lot of value in almost like desensitizing yourself to the outcome of a shot, or the outcome of a match, or the outcome of a game.
Yeah.
And I like to for people to see me after that game and not know
How you felt.
whether I'd lost or won that game.
Yeah. I remember once reminding you of a shot that you had played badly, and you said, no, it never happened.
I've played a lot of bad shots in my life.
But that was what I was reminding you of. But, you have the Tiger Woods of just wiping it away. It didn't happen. It's gone,
Well, that takes a lot of practice and training. It's not something that you can
do overnight.
yeah. And
It's a mental attitude, isn't it, really?
yeah. And sometimes
Jack went for a jump. Unfortunately, it hit the outside wire.
So he's 4-3 down here, isn't he?
He is 4-3 down,
Yeah.
but game up.
And so I suppose my question to you is, how do you process hits and misses and wins and losses?
For me, it's finding a rhythm, and also when I get in what I call get in the zone. It's so important, And when you feel like you're in the zone, anything seems possible. When you're not in that zone, it becomes harder.
And do you do anything to try and get you into that zone? So to try and feel in a certain way. or
Yeah,
think in a
yeah,
certain
and
way.
I think having a sort of a slight mantra is always good.
Right, and what is your mantra?
I'm not going to tell you.
Come on,
That's giving
Nelson.
away secrets.
Oh, no, I'm intrigued as to know what you would do or say. So there's certain scripts that I follow.
Yep.
Certain physical things that I might do right at the start of a game. For example, to feel grounded and to feel engaged with the game. And there are also certain moments that I will recognise in a game where I'm feeling under pressure, or I'm behind, or there's a crucial shot coming up.
Yeah.
We've
Got a situation here where it's a very crucial shot, because obviously if Jack does not clear the red here, then which he cleared beautifully. Centre ball,
but we
fantastic.
always knew that was going to happen, which is why I wasn't really concentrating. He's
He's a centre
great
ball.
shot.
He is lovely
he is a great
stroke.
shot.
And Jack has a very good chance of actually qualifying for the knockout, even though he was ranked 6th in the block.
So very briefly, what is the state of your block here? Yeah.
Well, there's 2 definitely qualified, which are Robert Fulford,
Okay. Yeah.
and Yasser. I always call him the young Yasser, because
Yeah.
there's 2 Yassers in my block, an older one and a younger one. So trying to remember their surname sometimes is a struggle. Anyway, so it's the young Yasser is definitely qualified. So there's only 2 definitely qualified in our block. Jack is probably the most other comfortable player.
So
And then there's a whole group of us, sort of coming up for 4th place.
So you say Jack has already qualified?
No, he still had no. If he wins this, he will.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that would be extraordinary as a sort of 15-year-old to
Yeah, 16. Yeah.
16-year-old to qualify for the knockout. I think
He's the second youngest.
wow,
here.
that's awesome. And okay,
He's just gone
So
over the
he-
halfway
so
mark
he's just
because he's
making
basically, sometimes you just got to give away a hoop, and there's nothing really he could do there. So he gives the hoop to Sharif, but he's made sure that he is as close to hoop 9 as he can be.
yeah.
Not sure what Sharif is looking at the moment. I can't see it.
So I think what he's trying to do is to as much as possible, either block blue
or go
or
to.
to move as.
But I think
far
that was a
up
better. I think it was a better option what he took.
Yeah.
Because I mean, trying to block blue you, from where it was, it still gives blue a lot of leeway.
Yeah.
But again, he's managed to get nearly halfway
Yes.
to the next hoop. Jack puts a blue ball in. It's gone a little too hard, but it's
So this is one of the crucial hoops. I think.
absolute 9 is the crucial hoop. Absolutely.
Yeah, because if you can run it, anywhere past the peg, if it then gives you advantage at 10,
10, 11,
and
11.
even at 11, because winning 10, I think it's a 50-50
Yeah.
for the
They've actually analysed the hoops, and
really have they?
and they say that 9 is the crucial hoop.
yeah.
So Jack is going to put another ball in, obviously trying to block the hoop as much as possible from red.
Right. So the one thing that I've learnt playing in Cairo and speaking to the top Egyptians is where one player's got 2 balls in front of a hoop, the odds are so stacked in that person's favour that the first opportunity you have as the other player,
You're going to go for that hoop.
you must take your hoop.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, if you just keep shooting at those balls,
Yep.
you might hit them.
Yep, but
But the problem is they just come straight back to the ball in
Absolutely.
front.
Yep.
And at some point you are going to miss, or you're going to, So I think Jack's concerned about red here because, red is going to be quite aggressive here.
I mean, if you could snuggle, it would be great, but it's not
Yeah.
an easy shot to do. It's one I do like,
No,
and it's
and you are so good at them.
irritatingly so.
Jack has played a great shot actually.
Yeah.
So it's actually getting tougher and tougher because these courts are getting slightly faster.
Yep.
And the faster the court get, of course it starts meandering a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. No, they've certainly dried out since the start of the event.
So Jack obviously played a great shot there, and that's now opened up the entire hoop for him.
Yeah.
So crucial shot for him.
Crucial, and also in terms of being 6-3 down or being 5-4 is a big difference.
Okay.
Okay. I would have expected to make that in a previous experience, but
Jack, you've got to put it out of your mind, put it out of your head. Don't even think about it.
And Sharif also failed the hoop.
Some high quality play here from these two players. I think it's really good for people to see some of this stuff because
But people
we are all human beings, and we
yeah.
make some terrible errors.
yeah. And also, the hoops are solid in the ground, and that makes a big deal of difference. But neither of those hoops had accuracy, and they both hit the wire.
So I certainly have played in other events where they're far tougher hoops. I think we were playing. I think it might have been Mount Wanganui.
Yeah.
When right, was that Atkins or was that the
we had Atkins, yes.
or the quadways, was it?
It was the quadways, yeah. Which is the same thing. Atkins.
Okay. Well, they were brutal.
Yeah.
And I saw several of the top Egyptians quiver.
Yeah.
When faced a sort of 6-footer in front.
Atkins hoops are much harder to run than
Much harder, yeah.
But what's more important is having the firmness in the ground. That's the crucial. If you're on a sandy soil, you can only get then the hoops are loose, makes the hoops much easier to run.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful. And Sharif runs a beautiful hoop. 9 right down to the north boundary. That makes 6-3 to Sharif.
So for Sharif, that's a good ball, because
Absolutely.
he is quite comfortable
Clearing from that distance.
clearing your sort of 8 or 9 yarder. So Jack
He
has,
needs to get a wiring position,
has-
I think, but he didn't really wait till the red was on, which I would have
That's
wanted
fine.
myself. But
well, fortunately they fixed that rule about
I know.
10 years ago.
I know. But I just, in terms of where you place back, he may have been able to get a wiring position.
Yeah, I think maybe Jack should have taken a bit more time to try and get that
Yep.
wire, because that is obviously a key spot. He has also played it in reasonably close, leaving red a slightly shorter shot.
Yeah.
You know, and of course knowing that red is going to play
Yep.
before black.
And if yellow needs to, a nice ball in front, which is, I think he's going to.
No,
Bit angled, I think. Length was good, but just
Yep.
slightly angled.
he was getting a bit greedy there. Okay, so Jackie,
Blue comes then,
Jackie,
brings
you
another
played a
ball
good
in.
shot.
Yeah.
Jackie, I think you played quite a good
Yeah,
shot there.
not a bad shot.
That
Yeah.
may well be wide.
Yeah.
No, I can see from Jack's body language
No, it's not. It's funny.
that it's not.
Always watching an opponent's body language is
You
tells
know
you
what?
so much.
That tells you so much.
And it can hear it sometimes only
Hey?
just a little,
But I think that's something that Jack's going to learn.
he doesn't react very much though.
No,
He
no,
really
no,
doesn't.
He's,
no,
he's very deadpan, and I really like that. That's it. I would just love to know how he's processing this, because this is now starting to get close
Yep.
and get a bit more tense.
He's looking at clearing the yellow, I should think.
Well, you see, there is a chance that he could put yellow down behind hoop 3.
absolutely wide from blue.
Yes, and then at the same time, black is now in front of hoop 11.
Exactly. So,
So
it's
So
something.
not quite like that. Come on,
No,
don't,
but
don't
yeah, it
react,
was-
Jack.
It was
Don't react.
It's what he was attempting.
Yeah. You must always give the impression to your opponent that was exactly what you were intending
Tend
to
to
do.
do. Yeah.
Even if it wasn't, even if it's a
Yeah.
completely terrible shot.
No, I always remember Stephen Molyneux was saying, try and achieve 2 objectives with the 1 shot.
Right.
I think it's a good, well, great shot
Yeah,
by
you see
Sharif,
that.
and he's cleared it right to the south boundary. That's put him in the driving seat really for this hoop.
Yeah. So should we just have a recap of the scores?
Yes,
Nelson,
it's
here?
6-3 to Sharif, and Jack took the first game.
Okay. So Nelson, what does the rest of your season look like?
I'm going to Portugal on holiday.
So no croquet there.
No croquet there, no.
Although I think there is.
Yes,
croquet.
I have played in the I have played in the Portuguese Open.
Have you?
Yes.
And good fun.
Yeah, great. I finished
Okay.
third, and it was a lot of fun. And sadly, the lady Lita Gale, who owned the club, sadly died. I can't remember now, 3 or 4 years ago, and so the club is rather sort of folded.
Oh, that
But I
is a
believe
shame.
there's another club has opened,
Okay.
and we've obviously got one Portuguese representative here
Yeah.
who's had quite a reasonable tournament.
I think what you'll see over the next 5 or 10 years is a huge explosion of croquet in Spain.
Yeah. Oh, it's already exploded.
There's some moves afoot, and I've heard from
Sharif attempted that hoop, going very hard, but that's his style. He doesn't tend to run hoops with any. And with these hoops being so rigid in the ground, you can sometimes get that sort of rejection. If you're not absolutely accurate.
he's shaking his head, and he's sort of walking away as if it's so crucial to forget that shot.
Yep.
Right, you've played thousands of those shots.
Yeah, but short.
shots in your life.
Not a great shot from Jack. Sharif's bringing another ball in. And obviously Jack will now need to clear the red with blue. If he doesn't, it's end of game, and it will be 1-1.
Yeah, so this is where he's going to have to send a ball this one.
Yep.
He'll be thinking about his shot process, his routine. What you don't want to be doing here is to think of the
Consequences of losing this shot.
Yeah. So you've got to play the shot as if you're practicing it.
Yeah.
Good
Beautiful shot.
And he's cleared his own ball.
Bit unlucky with hitting the other ball, but that's just the luck of the game
Come on,
sometimes.
Jack. Always give the impression that was what you're intending to do.
Sharif is still probably favourite for this hoop. Still in the strongest position.
Well, I think Black now needs to make a big
yes,
tough
that's
call here.
what you were saying before. About if this was an Egyptian player, they would be going for the hoop. Wouldn't they?
Well, I think I would be because Blue then also has to hit. So not only are you asking Black to hit. There we go. Well done, Jack. Good thinking.
Yep. No, he thinks very. I have to say, I was very impressed with his tactics. His demeanour and his stroke play was really, really good.
Yeah. Okay, so don't focus on consequence. Just that didn't look like a good strike.
No, he didn't seem to take as much time as normally took over the shot. So for the game, Sharif is and his run hoop 10, 7-3 to Sharif, and the match is now 1-1.
Let's go more. Yeah. Nelson, are there any other games on at the moment that are very crucial? Do you know?
There are a lot of crucial games. There's going to be a lot of playoffs. I mean, a lot of the even coming down to the last match in each group.
Yeah.
There are so many of the group. I think there's really only two. Yours being one.
Yeah.
And I think there's one other out of the groups.
I think it might be Roberts. I think.
Yeah. No, not Roberts. No, I'm in that group.
Okay.
That's all sort of. Most of the blocks are very undecided.
Okay. I think it's probably fair to say the manager's a bit concerned about time and
It's been long days. I mean, I don't think they have finished before 9 p.m. any day.
Yeah.
And starting at 9:30 in the morning, so it's literally 12-hour days here. I mean, it has been a different kind of tournament because it's only the one venue, which is unusual for Worlds.
Yep.
And but of course, there's not enough lawns for the number of players, so there's a lot more sitting around. But at the same time, we're all in one place, and it's nice to see everyone all the time because sometimes when you have multi venues, somebody can be in the tournament, you don't see them at all.
Yeah, sure.
It's so I think. This has pluses,
yes,
but obviously the minus is that you have longer days and you have a lot more sitting around.
Yeah.
But luckily we've had good weather. It has not been.
Listen, it's been absolute. It's been
not too hot and not too windy and no rain basically. We should look at one another. Now they've stopped. Have a reassessment of what's going on elsewhere.
There's no play on court 2.
There's another vital game going on here, also in Block D, which is my block, and that's Brian Lozano playing the younger Yasser. And at the moment, the score looks like I think the first game has gone to Brian from Mexico. And he's playing black, isn't he? Yes. And the score at the moment on this one is 6-3 to
the Egyptian.
Right. So
I think this is probably quite a key shot.
Yep. Yes, you're right. 6-3 to Yasser. Cleared the yellow away. Blue is sitting comfortably in front of the hoop.
Nelson, I'm not sure that there's a camera on that.
All right.
Lawn,
okay. No, so it's not much. Anyway, so it just gives at least a rundown of where they are on the game.
Okay, so we've been told that we are still employed
Yeah.
as commentators.
And
Yeah, right. Okay. Although, yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So we will be still commentating on this one.
third game.
So far, has there been any
Upsets
negative feedback on Nelson's commentary?
or registered.
Let's have a look.
Shall we see?
I actually think there should be a little poll available to all the
Available.
viewers,
Yes.
and they can rate the commentators.
Yeah. I think one or two people have, but
Oh,
sometimes not so positively.
Okay, so.
Right, so maybe-
fantastic insights we've got,
okay.
and oh no, sorry, that was about Chris and Jenny.
Oh,
So
there we go. That
Okay.
probably says it all,
Doesn't it?
Nelson.
here's one for you. Here's
Okay.
one for you too.
Okay.
Ray Freeth. Wonderful to be hearing such accomplished players commentating.
Oh, Ray, that's so
Thank you,
sweet.
Ray.
Now,
I think he sent
No.
that after.
right. Now, is Ray Freeth Josh's dad, or some family member of Josh?
I can't remember his father's name. It could be.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. Could
So-
be Josh Fitzgerald. Yeah.
so-
he plays croquet. Yeah. So.
Well, I can tell you that Josh is an outstanding player. Josh beat me in the blocks at the last Worlds.
No, he's a very good player. Kevin. Yeah, Kevin Freeth is his father.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
And I'm most welcome to take any emailed questions in, and you can pose the most difficult question. Don't ask any tactical questions because I've got no clue. I just see the ball in front of me. I just go and hit it. Yeah.
This
But-
game can be very simple if you can run any hoop and hit any ball.
But if there are any questions around the sort of mental side of the game, or the way that one should be thinking and feeling, routines, etc., I would be most welcome to.
So one of the things that I think a lot of people really like to know is about the preparation. So you have a very clear preparation set routine before you approach a ball. So which starts, way back, even before the approach. You stand, I guess you're thinking something through, all the way through to the end. And I'm assuming that the whole process stops when you finally hit the ball and the mallet has come up and the final the final swing forward.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? Yeah, we all want to know.
We all want to know. I will answer that, Nelson, only if you share your inner thoughts on how you get into the zone.
I'd rather hear yours.
Well, it's actually such a simple question, but it has quite a complicated answer, and I don't know the sort of depth that I should go into. But
Remember
I will.
when you did that lecture at Surbiton
Yeah,
on basically
yeah.
the psychology of the game and all that preparation?
yes, I always think back to Ian Thorpe, that great Aussie swimmer.
Yeah.
Torpedo.
Torpedo, yeah, with the feet about the size of
Nelson, could you just keep it clean, please? So he was competing, funny enough, in the Commonwealth Games, which is
on at the moment.
currently on at the moment, and he gave a very insightful interview. I think he got a whole ton of goals, and he was fantastic. He was breaking world records and all this sort of stuff. So, and he said he arrived at the venue a week before the swimming was going to take place, and he said he got into his routine then. And it was about when he woke up. It was about what he did when he woke up, the order in which he did things, showering, getting dressed, shaving, brushing your teeth,
All that, doing those things exactly the same way every day.
where he'd have breakfast, even down to the route that he'd walk from his hotel to the swimming pool. And he said every single one of those little things contributed to how he performed on the day.
Yeah.
So when I'm asked, okay, those routines that I must go through when I play one shot, it actually
It
starts.
starts much earlier.
It actually starts 4 days before the tournament starts, because then I'm starting to think of all my routines that I'm going to get into,
Yeah.
and try and follow those assiduously. So there are things that I might do at the start of a match. I will walk onto the lawn and I will, say a couple of trigger words. I'll take a couple of deep breaths. I'll engage with the 5 senses. I'll just get myself grounded and engaged with the game, because there are often lots of thoughts going through your head. It's this is an important match, or who am I playing, or what's this lawn looking like, and all those sorts of things. And typically you're at your most vulnerable and tense and anxious at the start of a game. You often see people stuffing up hoop 1 that they wouldn't do if it was hoop 10. Okay. So the sooner you can get into that game and to feel comfortable. Yeah. And again, there would be moments, right, like after hoop 6. That is a key moment for me. I like to regroup, have a sip of water. I'll say a couple more trigger words. I will, constantly looking to be engaged in the game, happy with the game, not, try and avoid the things that make you anxious or tight,
negative.
Yeah. The swing itself and the shot itself. Again, I could probably write a chapter on that, but so. I think the first thing you have to remember is you can't control where that ball's going to go. Okay, all you can do is you can influence it. Yeah. And there's certain things that you can go and do to influence it. I think your state of mind, you approaching that shot, is probably key. And then my view is, you have swung a mat at tens of thousands of times, so don't start trying to control it. Don't start tweaking it. Don't start thinking, well, I've missed 2 on the left, so I'm going to aim it slightly.
Your muscle memory is so important, and just believe that it's there.
Correct. And you've just got to try and execute the best possible shot that you can.
Yeah.
So there we go. That was my answer.
We have another question.
Okay.
The next question is, I must put my glasses on again. It says it's from the Wine Lake. Sounds like a good place for me.
Yep.
Legends both. Well done, you two. I have a question for Reg. Sometimes I find I have my shooting boots on, and then something changes and I start missing easy shots. Any suggestions on how to do a mental reset?
A mental reset. Yeah. I mean, that is quite an interesting question. So
in the middle of a game, very difficult. It's nearly going back to basics, really. Just I know it seems a silly thing, but just getting your feet in the right place, keeping your head down, and just not trying to overthink it.
Mm-hmm. So, speaking to one of the top players this week, and I certainly won't mention his name, but I will obviously give away his gender. So he is male.
His gives it a rather giveaway.
Well, he certainly self-identifies as a male. And he said, right at the start of the game, the first 3 or 4 shots, he will know whether he's got his hitting boots on or not.
We've just got an interesting situation here. Black has played first, okay, then red has played. Obviously, wrong ball.
So a ball is played in error in the first 4 turns. Is that a significant thing these days? Because
not at all. I mean, the red just goes back, and the opponent has it could be a ball swap situation, but obviously he's going to take the ball back and play the correct ball, which is in yellow.
So
I think this probably happens sometimes in a game when blue was not the first ball played, and so Sharif automatically took the red, because at the beginning of the game it's usually blue and then red. So I think that was probably why he made that error. So he just plays the correct ball now, and he's put a ball in at the hoop. Black is sitting in a 50-50, would you say, Reg, position for hoop running?
Oh, Nelson, come now. It's more like a 70-30.
Oh, right,
I mean,
okay.
it's a 30-70 for you, but it's a 70-30 for me.
That's right. So I was just halving the difference.
So I will play devil's advocate there because because that wasn't just a wrong ball. So
I know.
This was playing your opponent's ball.
And
And
no, not opponent's ball, playing his own ball. He played his own ball, but he used the wrong ball.
Okay.
But it was a good way of actually testing how fast the lawn was. So not to...
Well, I'm just playing devil's advocate. It just does seem a bit unfortunate that one can sometimes take advantage of these things. So
I know.
there was actually an interesting debate earlier that the penalty for playing an opponent's ball
is nothing.
I
know.
And in fact, it might even give the player who's
Okay,
just
and a free
played
shot.
that shot a free shot.
Yeah.
And
That wasn't far away, but
No.
unfortunately he failed the hoop.
that fell into the 30-70 zone.
But I do agree. I think we discussed this yesterday, even when I was commentating with Chris Clark. It just seems wrong to be able to play an opponent's ball and have no penalty. It
Correct.
doesn't sit well with me. But for some reason, the lawmakers of golf croquet seem to think it's
Well,
the right decision.
yeah, they seem to take their time changing laws in the world of croquet,
yes.
particularly golf croquet. I mean, it seems to be every sort of
2 years.
Oh, I think you'd be generous. It seems every generation they might have a real change.
Yes, we're into
That's
sixth
it.
edition now.
That's it. I do think we should give them credit. I think the whole wrong ball rule and the consequences are fantastic.
It's gotten way better. Except that one.
Except if you play your opponent's ball, there doesn't seem to be any penalty at all.
There's no penalty, no.
I really hope there is a referee listening, but that really needs to be fixed because there was a bit of forward movement there. That was really
forward movement, yeah.
to a process. So yes. So speaking to this top or topish player, and he said right at the start of the game he will know whether he's going to be on song or not on song. And it actually reminded me of a top golfer, a guy called Nick Price. Nick Price was a Zimbabwean golfer from about 15, 20 years ago. Yeah, and he's, I mean, it is amazing that a top pro can think like this. But he said that he will know after 5 or 6 holes whether he's going to go low or he's going to shoot poorly. And I mean, that's such a bad mindset. So imagine if you parred the first 4 holes. Sorry, I'm going to have to keep mine while Jack's got a shot. And you know, 4 or 5 holes in, and he's playing okay, but he's level par. His view is that he will not go low. He's got another 14 holes to play.
Wow.
Now you're talking about a very successful golfer. So I think it's a terrible mindset.
Yeah.
What has happened in your last 4 holes should not affect what you do for the next 14 holes. And I think that
Mind wise, but I think if you've gone 4-0 up, your approach to the next hoops are different if you're 4-0 down.
Why, Nelson?
Because I think you need to be a little more aggressive if you're 4-0 down. I think you can be more conservative. Because you've already got that a buffer of 4 hoops.
But that 4-0 score is simply a construct in your mind.
Well, no,
your objective is to go and win the next hoop.
absolutely. But
So
as you
what difference does 4-0 up or 4-0 down be in competing and your choices for winning and maximizing your percentage of winning the next hole? And I think this comes down to what this question is. You know, it should not matter at all, but human beings allow it to matter.
Right.
If you have played a couple of shots and you've missed, you put them in the dustbin.
Oh, absolutely.
Put those shots in the dustbin.
Yeah.
What you've got to do is just to say, I love my swing and I trust my swing, and I've done all the practice and all the play that I need to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out there. My next shot is going to be to the best of my abilities, and I'm going to influence how I play that shot. I can't control the outcome, but I'm just going to go and influence it. So I'm going to play the best possible shot. So how do you reset that? What you've absolutely got to do is you've got to practice how you think in situations like that. You've got to have a mechanism that gets you out of that funk of oh no, I've missed the last 5 shots, or this is one of those days where I'm going to shoot badly. You are choosing to feel like that. Shot Jack.
Yeah. So Jack has run hoop 2. So
It's
now 1-1.
1-1 now.
Yeah.
So you are choosing to feel like that, and that is not conducive to maximizing how you are going to influence your next shot. So
Yeah.
I think I just go
Interesting.
back to that Nick Price thing where okay,
Interesting thought.
you've scored 4 holes and I mean, jeepers, you might be 4 over, but you can still go low.
Yeah.
You cannot allow what's happened in the last shot
To affect you.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jack has put, Sharif has put red in not a great position. It's quite angled to the hoop. Jack has done a typical going long, so that red
I
cannot
think Sharif is
trying to promote, and he
he's-
hasn't achieved it.
it's just a classic error. I see this so often. Yeah. When that first ball is short, you think you're going to nudge that ball into position. What are your chances of doing
do
that?
that.
Put that ball,
Ball
right
dead in front of the hoop.
in front of that hoop.
Yeah.
Try and
Block black.
try and block black.
Absolutely.
But now he's got a situation
Nation
where neither red nor yellow is in
Yep,
front of that hoop.
absolutely. Yeah.
So
He was trying to obviously
that is
hit
me.
black
That is
as
me
well.
trying to play tactical strategy, which I'm crap at. Sorry, I'm not supposed to say that. I'm bad at.
Anyway, so he's now left Jack a good chance at the hoop, and Jack's going to take it on. Why wouldn't he? It's just about not a free shot, but a pretty free shot, isn't it?
Yeah. So again, this is a
Oh,
Yeah,
great!
good-
He runs a great shot.
great shot, Jack.
Great hoop. So now it goes 2-1 to Jack in game 3.
so this is a
So
good-
this is an
a good-
important one that Sharif gets a good positional here, a good position here on hoop 4.
Well, he's-
It's a bit short myself. It's
Oh, Nelson, come on, it's miles too short.
yeah. I was being kind.
So this is a real
He's just checked second. He's got it. He actually doesn't need to be. He's actually got more room than he realised
I
there.
know, he's so where you play that shot down, and if it is a touch shot,
Yep.
what typically happens is you overhit it.
When you're doing a jump like that, absolutely. Yeah.
So you have to take off 15%.
Yeah. I don't mind those actually when I'm
No?
hampered like that. No.
Okay. So I'm not sure I'd agree with this.
No, I don't agree with this. Ooh,
And he's actually been a bit lucky, but
he's been very lucky.
I don't think
But
there's any
he
need
did no need to go for that hoop there.
I
No.
don't think there's any need to.
And he's got quite a. You're saying it's harder to judge on the black, but I think he's probably nearly a yard from hoop 3, so he's got a fair bit of leeway there to take the shot. He's just got to slightly come over it.
I think Jack had probably come to the conclusion that yellow was going to run that hoop, and I think I've seen enough top players in this world playing, and you just can't assume that.
No, you
You-
cannot.
I think you
Especially
always
with these hoops.
You've just got to play the odds.
Yep.
And
And I don't think that I agree. I think he should have gone nice close
Yeah.
positional shot for on blue.
I think it's a completely different situation had Sharif gone to 2 or 3 foot in
Oh,
front.
absolutely.
Absolutely fine. But
Yeah.
he was a long way behind.
Yeah. So Sharif has now cleared the blue ball to the north boundary, south boundary, sorry, and so Jack really has to then now clear the red. Oh, as well.
Oh
my
dear.
God.
Oh my word.
God. Yeah, you haven't done your hair.
Yeah, I'd known. I'd stop biting my nails.
At least you're not doing anything worse.
Yeah. Oh dear. So I think this is a reasonably key kind of moment for Jack to kind of gather his thoughts. This is the third game.
Yep.
He's what is he, 2-1 up,
2-1 up,
and
and
this is a reasonably crucial match for him.
now this is interesting whether he takes on the hoop here or does a clearance.
So Nelson, what would you do?
Well, he's got in a way he's got two. Even if he fails the hoop, he can still clear with the other ball. The yellow is quite a distance away. Don't you think?
What would I do here with black? I'm actually tempted to shoot
That's what I'm saying.
because
He can still clear with the blue.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's put a ball in.
Yeah.
And now Sharif is bringing the ball in as well. And obviously, Jack will now be clearing the red, looking for a wired spot from hoop 4.
I think Nelson, what you find is he's just wanting to hit red as cleanly as possible.
Yeah, but I've seen you go and look at those. Find that wired spot, haven't you?
Well, certainly if I get it,
Yeah.
I will certainly be giving the impression that that's what I
That's
was
what I'm
going for. Even if it's complete nonsense and a complete fluke.
And Sharif misses that one. So I can't tell whether yellow is blocking the hoop from here. It's a bit hard to see from this angle. But even if it is, I imagine Jack will go for the jump.
Yeah.
But from this angle, I can't really tell whether it's blocking it or not. It's always much better to watch croquet from above. You get a much better perspective, don't you?
Well, there's a big crane behind us.
Yeah, we could go up there. I'm not good with heights, though.
But when we were playing in, I think it might have been Candy in Melbourne.
Yeah,
It's pretty high clubhouse. And
yeah.
camera is actually quite a nice angle, isn't it?
And not long really too. You can be up on the
Yes.
mount, up on that deck looking
Right.
down. It's always a great viewing spot.
So there's a
It looks like it's quite open.
oh yeah, I think that's oh Jack. Okay, Jack, forget about it. Wipe the memory from your head and move on. I mean, it's not the end of the world.
No.
It's not the end of the world, but that was a pretty poor miss. Yeah,
And Sharif plays a lovely shot, clears and gets into the jaws of the hoop. Only problem with if it is in through is blue can clear it, but I think it's popped back a bit.
it's actually popped back a bit. It's actually not even in the jaws. I don't think.
No.
Now, the question is whether you're going to clear with blue or black. Oh, well, that's fine.
Yeah,
Because you've now got a second bite of the cherry
you
with
have.
black.
But I don't think yellow's actually through it all. I think it's back from the side. It makes it obviously a harder shot for black. And he hits the wire, and so it will now go to 2-all. Sharif's going to run hoop 4 with yellow. Yeah, 2-all.
So I really like Jack's shot routine. I think it's quite simple.
Yep.
It's very consistent.
Yep.
So he does it every single time.
Yep.
But we have Richard Bilton here, and I had a long chat to Richard after our game. Yeah, he was taking 4, 5, 6, even more swings sometimes. And the one thing I said to him is, I said, try and make it a consistent number.
Yeah.
With Jack, I think it's just one swing.
Yep. It doesn't do very much at all. No,
Yeah.
no.
And I think that's absolutely fine.
But he's got good, on the whole, good positional play.
But if there was one thing I would say about Jack, I think he can possibly work at his body language. I mean, he should be on this court believing that it's his court.
Yeah.
And that Sharif is just, he is allowing Sharif to temporarily visit it. That it's his court. He should be walking around as if it's his court.
Yeah. Sharif had a bit of luck there, managed to clear both balls.
Yes. There's always good shots off there.
Yes. Especially when people say, oh, I meant to do that.
Yeah.
As Jack's put another ball back in. Sharif. I think Sharif will put a ball in, wide probably from black. And then count on yellow hitting, but Jack can also block blue, yeah, from yellow, and clear with the blue.
Which is what he should be doing. I don't think he should be trying to glance off red.
Absolutely. It's a bit long to me.
Yeah, but maybe I'm being a bit harsh on Jack. I mean, he's only 16. I mean, he's got many years in front of him.
Because how old are your boys now?
My boys are 19. Oops, there's a fault.
Ooh, yes.
There's
And you're not supposed to.
that's a fault, yeah. So Sharif called a fault.
And he should not. He's actually done something which is actually he should not do. He should not be standing on the ground. That's actually a fault as well. He has no right to stand on that ground.
So
He caught,
so he's called it a fault.
Yeah, okay. But then the ball could be put back too. It's a fault.
Yeah.
Jack would have the choice of having that ball put back.
Correct.
And he never gave Jack the option.
No. Listen. So let's just deal in the facts as I saw them.
All right.
Okay. So he took his shot and he took a huge. It literally dipped. There was some exclamation, and then he called fault.
Mm-hmm.
He called it a fault.
Yep.
So Sharif called it a fault.
Yep.
Now it might not have been loud enough for Jack to hear. And as it turned out, I think it's definitely the outcome that he probably wanted, because he had those even further away. But it was definitely Jack's option to either have the ball replaced or leave it where it was.
And Sharif did not give him the option of seeing what the damage of the lawn was, because obviously, as you well know, the damage has to be so that if a ball was rolled over it, it would actually deviate from the position.
But he called himself a fault.
I know. I'm not questioning that, but he had no right to stamp on the ground and make it right. And I suppose he did in a way, didn't he? Because he called a fault. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I suppose that's right. But he didn't give Jack the option. Does he want it there or does he want it where it was?
He perhaps wasn't quite as clear about that
Anyway,
fault in.
but as you say, I'm sure Jack would have been happy having the ball left where it was anyway.
Yeah. So where is yellow? Sorry,
It's just there, but yellow clipped the black, so it's not that it's gone over
There
halfway.
you go. So Jack's in good position. So just a quick recap on the score. 2-2.
Yep. Game all, 2-all.
Game all, and
2-all.
it's definitely advantage to Jack.
Yeah.
Almost certainly going to be 3-2,
Yeah.
and 2 balls certainly in front of group 6.
Yeah.
So he is in a good, strong position here.
Imagine that Sharif will.
I'm actually tempted to jump that. I think I'm actually tempted to jump that.
What's he trying to do there? Don't I get that.
So I think he was trying to just nudge it through
Right, okay.
and therefore hamper him.
Yeah, okay. Yep, which is, better than, he's going to get the hoop anyway, but this way he can actually get beautifully in front of hoop 6 as well. He's hit a bit too hard, I think.
He has hit that too hard.
Yeah.
He has hit that too hard. Always give the impression that was what you intended to do, Jack. He was pleased with a shot like that.
So Jack goes 3-2 up.
Yeah.
He has got blue in a fairly good position. He can get good position at 6th. And Black is there ready to clear.
I mean, he really did some black. Black
He
was
did.
right in the middle of the
He
jaws,
did,
and
and-
it's actually gone 4 yards too far. So
Yeah,
I'm not quite.
Why he hit it so hard, I don't
So,
know.
so of course he will
Ooh,
know. He will
and
know
Sharif
that he
has
hit
got a
that
little bit
too
of luck
hard.
there. He's cleared the blue and managed to stay in front of 6.
But that is just one of these things about sport is where
Notice-
you just momentarily kind of go to sleep and you think, okay, I'm just going to run through to the next hoop. But that was a shot that really should have been put 4 foot in front of that hoop.
Yeah.
And he's now put himself, and I think he's probably going to lose this hoop as a result
Yes,
of that
yep,
now.
absolutely, yep.
But he mustn't beat himself up about it.
No.
That goes into the dustbin of history.
It only comes down to 3-all, and that's
There we go. So
Sherry's got a
I'm
choice
not
of
sure what Sherry's he should just
think put a ball-
wire
absolutely.
black, and he's going to win
absolutely.
the hoop. You know, there's only one
Don't
shot
try and
Jack
do
can
anything fancy here. You know, just put another ball in wide from Black.
Yeah, but he doesn't want to be too close because
No.
blues
Flick off.
seems to have the angle on red onto yellow, so you don't want to be too close, but you still want to be wide from.
Yep.
I've got to say, I really like his style. I like his rhythm.
Yep, that's how I
I
felt
like
about
his
it too.
cadence.
Yep.
I think it's just a couple of things that he could work on.
Yeah. But for, say, for a 16-year-old, I think
For 16, that's
very impressive.
Very impressive. Okay.
Daniel Larson says,
Hello, Daniel.
best commentators
Ever.
ever.
Thanks, Daniel.
And a smiley face.
Oh, there we go. Could you tell Chris Clark that, please?
Yes,
Oh, dear. So, okay. Yeah, I don't think it's going to make much difference. And I'm not even sure why you even tried that. I would have gone halfway, to be honest. I mean, I think you have to play your odds here, and that's a 19 out
it
of
was
20 shot.
a
So,
nothing shot, wasn't it?
yeah, so you've simply added, 4 or 5 yards to your next shot. So, although
Yeah, sometimes you have to give away a hoop to make sure you get the next one.
absolutely, you've got to know when to fold.
Yep,
You know when to hold.
that's right.
As
And
I
we,
say.
and we, as you do at cards.
Certainly not advocating gambling. Now, here's a curious shot from Sharif. He has this tendency to play a one-handed shot,
Why?
his touch shots, and I haven't actually asked him about it, but
No,
I think
interesting to know
he feels it gives him a better touch.
Yeah, interesting.
My view on these things is I look at what everyone else does and look at what all the top players do. Is he one of the top players? No.
No.
So I won't be copying that.
No.
I'd like Jack, pretend you intended that. No, not good. Get rid of it. You've got 2 seconds to get rid of the thought. Here we go. Good. He's got rid of it. There we go. Sometimes you'll see someone walking away. Shot Sharif.
Wait,
Oh.
Sharif
Oh,
clears the blue right to the side boundary.
That I think is called a Mulliner. So what happens is you do this. No, I will take that back. That isn't a Mulliner. But he is famous for having done a clearance on a ball and hit it so perfectly. He sent the struck ball out and dribbled up to about a foot in front.
Yeah, so they're completely
So-
wide.
So found himself at the other side of the lawn.
Yeah. So Jack has now cleared the red, which allows, but blue has ended up sort of towards hoop 3, and so
here-
Sharif will go again as one-handed.
So this is this one-handed little shot, and it's just
But he can't control the mallet so well.
no.
I just don't.
And that is half the shot. It isn't just the touch. It's you've got to send it down the right line.
line as well.
And I do think that you lose control over the direction.
Yeah.
So I would be cautioning viewers.
Yep. And Jack clears again.
Don't be copying Sharif there. just going to wave to Daniel and say, thanks.
Well, there's situations where obviously Sharif is putting a ball in constantly, and oh, there we are, constantly, and
cool.
And then Jack is constantly clearing,
So I think Jack's going to...
and this often happens, and Jack has actually missed that shot,
Come on, Jack.
surprisingly.
Good one. There we go. Good boy.
And often you do see this at hoop 7 because it's obviously a shorter hoop, so you often see a lot of clearing at hoop 7, don't you?
Yeah, this is...
Oh, it's aggressive.
Well, if you see, Nelson, if you hit it, you're really going down to hoop 8.
Yep.
And so...
I'm not convinced.
Yeah, but you're not convinced because you can't hit those, Nelson.
That's true. That's not my game.
That's not your game.
No. If it was,
I'd be very surprised if I saw you taking that shot.
well, you should. In any of this game, you have to play to your strengths, and
play to your strengths.
And if you start trying to play the way your opponent plays,
Yeah.
you're going to lose every time.
Yeah. So there's a classic Malina. He centre balled that.
Is it?
So what is?
I'm missing one. I didn't understand what you said. All right.
So there's obviously some issue with the camera. There's some issue with the camera, and it is.
I couldn't
Picking something up.
No, I couldn't quite work out what he was saying. I'll go and check.
Okay. I think Nelson's going to go find out what's happening there. Okay, so quick recap: 3-all, game 3, game on.
Alison's just going to check.
Okay. Oh, I didn't realise that I've got Jack's dad as the
Yes,
cameraman.
he is. Yes, right.
Okay. No, that was always down the wrong line.
Yep, absolutely. You can see it from. We were just on the right line to see that, and it was just always missing, wasn't it?
So I think Blue's got a potential double clearance here. Okay, Jack. I would like to see Jack doing a bit more of a stalk, actually.
Okay.
Just chose to do that. I think he had a chance to
Clear both balls.
send red to a spot that was going to be wide.
Yep.
Or even Steinmet, but I don't.
Yes, and Sharif hits black.
I think Jack's just paid the penalty there for
Yes.
the wrong choice of shot. I think you've got to back yourself and you're gonna run that hoop with black.
Yep.
With black, and you should have cleared red to a spot that was wide.
Yeah.
Come on,
He's
Jack.
going to put another ball in, I would think.
Jack, you've got to back yourself and you've got to shoot at this hoop.
No, he hasn't. I can tell from his body language he's only going to put a ball in.
So, I think that he had 3 choices there.
Yeah.
And he chose the worst of all 3.
Yeah.
You either shoot or you clear yellow.
Yeah. What would you do here?
Not what Jack is considering.
No, I totally agree.
The chances of you landing on that spot are 1 in 10.
10.
Thank you, Nelson, for backing me up there.
Clearing yellow is certainly an option, or actually going for the hoop.
I don't think he's got a hoop shot. So
You don't?
So no.
No, you think black's blocking?
Yeah. So either clear yellow.
Yep.
Which I think is the shot, because I think you can get a good contact on yellow.
He's gone for the block, which I don't think he's achieved.
Now, he has it. But I am sure he's got a shot either at
On
black,
black.
or hoop.
I think he's got it on black, but he hasn't got it on the hoop.
Okay. Right, so Nelson, so you of course are a thoroughly deserving New Zealand pick, but there are other good New Zealand players.
Oh, lots of them, yeah.
So
but
why are they not here?
I think probably mainly money.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a long way to come
Yeah.
from New Zealand. It's a costly exercise to come away over here. A lot of our young players are at university now. They're just finishing their degrees.
Yeah.
They're in term time.
Yeah.
So
Shot Jack. Yeah.
it's so difficult for them to make it here, really. And also we've got a McRobinson Shield in November,
Right,
and
so that's gonna take up some of their time.
so that takes up Felix Webby and Edmund Fordyce, who are two top New Zealand GC players, and obviously they cannot afford to give that time to this as well as that.
And do you think that you would have been placed above them?
No, not at all.
No?
No, not at all.
Really?
Do I surprise you, Reg? It's all my experience, you see, Reg.
And tell me, does your government provide financial support for things like this?
Not really, no.
No.
We have sports charities, and but when it comes down to individual events like this, I mean, there's the odd, perhaps bursary thing from CNZ, but that would perhaps only be $500, which is not really going to make a dent in coming to an event like this.
Yeah.
But oh yes, I mean, I get my entry fee paid. I also get 2 shirts. But that's chicken feed.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
I mean,
Flights alone, you're going to be paying at least £2,000 return. On the cheapest flight you can possibly get. It's a reddish shot. He had a bit of a double, I think, at blue and the hoop, and so often, when you have that double situation, it's always, it's always a good shot to take on.
It's always tempting to take it.
It is, yeah.
Correct.
And one, you get the hoop, or 2, you hit the ball. So it's always a good optional play.
Yeah. It's a great pity because
It is.
well, there's sort of 3 or 4 really good New Zealand youngsters in
there are.
the sort of top 10, and
Yep. Well,
this is our premier event, and we really like to have them here.
Yeah. Well, this was supposed to be held in New Zealand, obviously, in 2021.
Yeah.
But of COVID prevented that.
Yeah.
And New Zealand was still not convinced that it could hold it in February this year, and so it was. England took up the. And so we're very grateful to Southwood for hosting it.
We're sure we are. I mean, this is just such a fabulous venue.
Yeah. And I just thought this was my swan song, being the oldest player in the competition. I thought that was time to have
Nelson,
my last
are you
go.
really?
I am, yes.
But are you saying this is your last Worlds?
I think it probably in this.
Oh. Well, we're going to miss you, Nelson.
I think
You
it's getting harder
are
and harder.
beloved by the croquet community.
It's getting harder and harder to compete against the likes of Jack Good, and I said to myself, I could be your great grandfather. Nice even swing again, beautifully,
Well done,
beautifully through, and so that puts Jack into a 5-3 lead, and this is game 3.
Yeah, so he's
Sharif needs a very good positional play here. It's absolutely vital he gets in front of the hoop, and it's
so interesting enough, he played that 2-handed. So here is a guy who's got 2 different strokes for the same shot.
stroke. Why would you do
that?
that?
Cannot be right.
It cannot be right.
That just cannot be right.
And Jack's got a sort of a very reasonable length shot, so he's going to
He's going to be clearing this.
Yep, he's going to be
For
clearing
sure.
this. and he misses. But he was standing rather awkwardly. That's the problem when you can't get your feet placed in the
Yep.
normal position.
Yep.
You often, it's just because you're not in your normal
Yeah.
stance, normal routine, and so often you miss in these situations, and that's what just proves how important that you take on the same stance, same swing every
Yeah.
time.
No, he is not playing.
Now playing one hand
shots,
again,
so-
yeah, and he's gone too hard.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a magnificent pair of shoes.
Lovely, yes. Mm.
I did actually ask him about that. Are they specifically made for him? Because they are shoes that have red, black, yellow, blue all over them.
Yeah.
And
What was the answer you got?
he says no. He says no.
Jack did not seem to really take the time over that shot that he could have.
So he said he simply
found
went online and found them.
Mm.
They actually look.
Are they in the correct order?
That's a good question.
So here we have Sharif has a chance of pulling this back to 5-4.
So I sense that he's going to be dribbling at this.
Yep, he's going because he wants to get
And that's a good shot.
that's a good shot.
So Nelson, why did he dribble at that?
Reason he drilled it because he can then get.
Because you are a bit of a dribbler.
I
aren't
am
you?
a dribbler, yeah, sometimes when it's necessary. And I think in a situation like this, it's great. That means that he can get up to hoop 10,
So, yeah.
and so to pull the game back to 5-all. And I think that was a very good tactic of Sherry's.
So he played that from a spot that wasn't dead in front. If you're dead in front, there's a risk that you run through because you're not getting the resistance.
Well, you
from
aim
the
for that far wire, so it just sort of
So,
basically
yeah.
just touches it. That was very close.
Very close. Very close.
Very
It's a
good
shot.
attempt at a jump shot.
Yeah.
He has knocked a clip off the peg, which I think he'll come and remedy.
It was a reasonably aggressive jump shot. Come on, Jack, stop shaking your head. It was a great shot. It was exactly where you intended it to go. You see, it's very important to completely delude yourself that was the shot you tried to play. You can't beat yourself up.
No.
I actually think he should have taken the view that he could clear with blue because I don't think red is that far into the jaws there. So I think
It's certainly got a fraction of the red. I don't think a lot.
I think any contact on red or that hoop is going to get red out of there.
Yeah.
And so I don't think he should have been trying to jump.
No,
because he could easily have put
the
red
ball
through.
in. Yeah.
And the chances of that jump coming off. I mean, it is a spectacular shot.
Yeah. And when it comes off, it's a
Yeah.
it's a real adrenaline rush, isn't it?
But I don't think that was the right shot. I think if he gets no, I think I'm not sure what that was. Do you think that he was going for yellow?
He didn't seem to go very hard at it, did he? So even if he had hit the red, he wasn't going to take it far.
I'm not sure. That's a very poor shot from Sharif.
Yeah, he's only gone up 2/3,
maybe
three-quarters perhaps.
but he's 4 yards short.
Yeah,
Really.
and he really should have been a good yard in front.
I don't think so. Maybe he should have played it one-handed.
He should have done, perhaps. Yeah.
There we go.
Jack puts the ball into 10. It looks a pretty
Yeah,
good
good shot,
weight.
Jack.
Good weight.
Very good.
Good weight.
Yeah, that.
Gallows bring the ball in. It looks a little bit hard to me. Oh no, it pulled up a little bit of green patch. Yeah.
Still can't fathom why blue took on that shot. Richard seems to think that why? Because it
made it harder for it to tap.
blue could have been playing this shot from
Halfway.
between 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Although, personally, I think the wrong shot was the jump shot. I don't think he should have been trying that. I think he should have been thinking that he could have cleared that ball out of that hoop
Yeah.
from where you are. I think any contact with the red or the hoop.
It's a bit hard to see from exactly how
Yeah.
much he had there, though. Oh, he nearly got a little bonus there, clearing black and then red going through, but it didn't actually went to the side.
But there's some interesting stuff going up there on
Yes,
11. I heard a command from Nick Archer.
Oh, was it? Oh, I thought it might have been Ian
Yeah.
Burridge. Well,
No.
they're both quite high, expressive.
They are. And yesterday, didn't you tell Ian off? Come on, could you share with the world what you said to him?
Well, I just asked if he could tell me when he was going to shout out loud.
Fair enough. Oh, Nelson, you're too funny.
No, when you're actually on the next lawn and then you're about to take a shot and someone shouts out at you, it does give you a bit of a fright.
So did you blame Ian for the big twitch that you had after your shot? No?
I'm not going to answer that.
We're going to miss that twitch.
Are you?
Nelson? It's worth paying an entrance fee to come and watch you play croquet sometimes.
Well, I'm glad you get value for money.
We get a lot of value for money. I obviously spoke to you about this. Was it yesterday or the day before? My one abiding memory of you, Nelson, was the Worlds at Hurlingham. Court 4, and you were playing Rutger.
Yeah, I was.
Game 3.
Yes.
It was 1-1.
Yeah,
And it was 6-all.
Yeah.
And it was in the knockout, was it?
It was in the lock.
The block.
Yeah.
But I think it knocked Rutger out.
It did. Or what? Yes, it did. It was very vital.
And the whole of Hurlingham came to a standstill as we watched you play this.
Well, I ran it from the boundary.
This I know. It's etched into my memory because we wanted not just to see the outcome of the shot, but the shot itself. There was an awful lot of twitching going on. And all credit to you. You nailed it.
That's the important thing. What happens after you've taken the shot doesn't really matter, does it?
Well, thank goodness in your case. Yeah.
Anyway, so it's
So-
a lot of small shots being played here.
Okay.
No one's willing to take on a big shot. It's all little positional shots.
So Jack is 6'3" up, is he?
Jack
Or is he 5'4" up?
he's 5'4".
Sorry. I'm
5'4". Jack, yeah,
I'm being an absolutely useless commentator here.
yeah. He's commenting on me.
There was a great cricket commentator called Charles Fortune in South Africa. Now, this is going back 40 years, and he was, but of course in those days it was just radio.
Yeah.
And he had this ability to talk about the strangest things, the birds in the sky and the weather and all this. And it would be sort of 20, 30 minutes. And no one would know what the score was,
or
who's
anything.
batting, who's playing even.
And he didn't even have the visual to go with it.
No, of course.
So
not.
anyway, there's a lot of
but he was a wonderful commentator because you could bring it alive.
Right. But anyway, there's a lot of small shots going on because obviously there's a very near boundary, so none of them have very long shots to play. Jack now has a chance of actually clearing yellow to a much further away
Well,
position.
is it clearing yellow or clearing red? I
don't know.
think it might even be red.
Well, I mean, I should say clearing a ball is what I meant to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the first time he's had a chance of actually clearing it to a decent distance. Before that, they were all very small tactical shots. Sharif's still slightly in the driving set because Jack is having to clear and Sharif is able to put balls back in.
Here comes his one-handed shot. I mean, especially these long distances.
No.
I don't know. I mean, he's he's got this uncanny ability to actually play it quite well.
Yeah, that wasn't bad.
You see, those sort of shots really need to be hit either
Full
just centre ball or just
Yeah.
off centre, because
Well, it's your forte, really, isn't it? That's what you're so good at, hitting that more centre ball. And you don't need to have to that hard, do you?
No.
No.
But it's almost as good as a miss, because now you've
That's
got
right.
black,
Yeah,
10, 12 yards away.
that's right.
I mean, that is the genius of this particular game. So we've got some applause from
Yes,
behind
Yasser has just beaten Brian, I think,
that.
and that was in game 3. And Yasser has he's definitely qualified
Yeah.
second in our block. My block, I should say.
So I think that was an error from Jack, because he's allowed Sharif to get in the
Ian
block.
just blocked,
So
absolutely.
he should have.
Oh, that's true. Why didn't he come back along the line instead of going forward? You've got a lot more, space to put it, haven't you?
And you're then closer to the next hoop.
Yeah.
Nelson, good spot.
Yep.
Yeah,
That was a terrible shot, Sherry's. Terrible.
Well, I think it's that one-handed nonsense that he's playing, isn't it?
Yeah, from that distance, you should be able to get a perfect block in.
Yeah. Shot.
Yep, he's managed to clear very well.
Shot. That's a very good shot.
So
Right in the guts.
Jack's still, on the
See,
back foot.
see,
because,
now that is the beautiful thing about golf croquet. The difference between that shot and Jack's shot.
Yep.
Where Jack hit it half
ball. That's right.
now, because all the energy is in the striker's ball.
Yeah.
I mean, that is going to go 3 times the distance.
Yeah.
The struck ball goes. That shot was right in the guts.
Yeah.
And yellow is still within striking distance of the
hoop.
clearance.
Yeah.
Shot.
Lovely shot by Jack again. But again, his ball has gone to the boundary. But at least it's the near boundary now, so he is going to have a much closer clearance shot.
So I saw Jack play that from side on.
Yeah.
So we were perpendicular to him. And when he struck that, I knew he'd played a great shot.
Yeah.
And that is what I'd urge people to do. So one exercise that my coach gets me to do is to, when I'm practicing, to imagine that I am also standing perpendicular to me, watching me or watching myself,
Take the shot.
and try and impress yourself.
Wow.
Now, Nelson, I'm actually glad I'm sitting next to you, because of all the people that this should really apply to, it's you. And I bet if you actually took away the target ball and I just said to you, okay, you're going to hit this ball across the board, and imagine yourself watching yourself perpendicular, 10 yards away.
Yeah.
Impress that person.
Yeah.
So that they walk away thinking that was a great shot. I think you'd play that shot beautifully.
Yeah, it's obviously the pressure comes from you knowing you want or need to hit a ball.
Well, you choose to feel pressure.
Yeah, that's right. You only put pressure on yourself. I totally agree.
It is only your choice.
Yeah, it is absolutely.
You can choose to think about something else.
Absolutely.
And I then go back to, you've got to try and play the best possible shot that you can. So what are the things that you're thinking about when you're playing that shot? So what are the things that you are thinking? Now, come on, bare your soul here.
No, I'm not bearing
Just your
myself.
soul.
Only myself.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jack is again. Should have had that. There should be a nice solid clearance. Unfortunately, he only hit a third of the ball. So Black's now over on the east boundary.
So Nelson, what are you thinking about when you take a shot? And I'm actually asking this in all seriousness.
No, I do try and go through this routine of making sure that my feet are where they should be. That everything is just, and try and just relax and swing through relying on my muscle memory. But unfortunately, one's subconscious is a very strong, can't think of a word, but
It is a very strong influence, isn't
influence. That's right.
Yeah.
Good word. Yes, I do feel that Sharif is eventually going to get this hoop.
I think he's obviously trying to think how does he maximize his chances at hoop 11 as well.
Yeah.
I mean, really, as long as you run through 10 very gently, you've always got a 7 or 8 yard clearance, which you really should be backing yourself on. So I actually couldn't see whether he could jaws that or not.
I couldn't tell from this angle, really.
No?
No. But if he could have done, it would have been a good option, because that allows him then to put the ball through the hoop and bring his yellow ball over to hoop 11. He's cleared the red, but he's left yellow open to the hoop. So Sharif should run this. I would think but that's a pretty 90%,
Sure.
hoop, really, isn't it?
And there is another reason why this is a good position for Sharif.
Yeah.
Both blue and black are on the boundaries. They've got 13-yard approach shots, 14-yard approach shots.
Yeah.
And the chance of putting it on a spot from 14 yards is. You see, I'm not sure you gain anything from this.
Nothing. What do you gain from that?
I mean, black's always got a clearance on you here. So,
I don't get that.
no. Jack, put a ball in front.
Yep.
Jack, put a ball
Ball in front and clear with the black.
The only problem with putting a ball in front here is the red has got a
Gotcha.
clearance.
And then it can possibly get over to 11.
Yeah, but it could also knock you there. So
Yeah.
I think you should be backing yourself. Well, he's now just blocked black shot it. So
And then yellow.
Jack,
I
that
don't
really
know
was.
why he did that.
Jack, what
No.
were you thinking there? Jack. Yeah, but Nelson, even if it hadn't wired himself, why do you think he was doing that? Was he worried about
him playing into and getting exactly what we were talking about earlier? So he wants to stop. But I still don't think it's a good option. No.
I think we're seeing some poor. I mean, I'm going to be as bold as to say that I think I would have played this differently.
Yeah.
I think if I was Sharif, I would have taken that hoop
Hip on, and me too.
and said, okay, Jack, you've got to put a ball in front of hoop 11 from 13, 14 yards.
Yeah.
I've seen those short and long,
Absolutely.
And then Jack should have backed himself
On hitting
to go
the-
hit that hoop. Because if you hit that hoop or yellow, yellow's going that way.
Yeah.
You hit it nice and hard,
Yeah.
and you've got blue in front. You have turned a losing position into a winning position.
Oh, and now blue will be offside
Now
because
blue's offside.
because he promoted it with his own ball, so therefore it is not a legal ball. So blue will have to go to the penalty spot, and it's now 5-all. And I think a lot of that was really Jack's poor choices.
Yeah. I really don't want to get into a debate about AC big better or worse than GC, but what I would say about GC is in terms of execution, almost every shot requires a good execution.
Absolutely.
And second of all, every turn you have, there are 3 or 4 options of what you should be doing, and it is amazing to see.
But that makes what makes it interesting.
Yeah. So there we had a situation where both players, in the space of 2 or 3 shots, we concur they made the wrong choices.
Yeah.
Now you never see that in AC.
No, because it's because of the pattern.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, before I get a ton of people emailing me saying that one game's better than the other. Like I love both games.
Yeah, me too.
This is like
And
golf,
I never see,
there are various versions of golf,
and I never see
love
why
golf.
why one has to have that discussion.
Correct. But I think GC was always hard luck. Was always criticised for kind of sort of lack of tactics. I just think that's wrong. I think every shot you have is a choice. Now do you hit this hard?
Hard to go.
Or
Yeah,
soft?
absolutely.
I mean, there are a whole bunch of things. Do you block red?
So, and that was a perfect weight.
Good execution.
Yeah, blue
Right,
stayed
well
in front. Red has gone to the boundary, and he didn't. He played that beautifully. One-handed again.
So I think I'd be misled because I was told that this is a half an hour session, and then I'd have had this. I think has it been an hour?
We've been here an hour 20.
Hour 20.
Yeah.
I think there are probably one or two viewers now. They've all left.
They've all got bored to tears.
All got bored to tears with all that nonsense we're talking. And I think Alison has just run off and now left us to jabber on. Could you go and tell? Could you please tell Alison that we're now exhausted and hungry
and hungry.
She's going to say, can you hang on to the end of the game?
Yeah, I think she probably is. That's right.
That's
yeah,
fine.
That she said that just
That's
fine.
fine.
All right.
Yes,
It'd just be our luck that
Sharif
this is another hour.
has just cleared yellow to the boundary, and
shot
blue
there.
also ended up in the same position.
So interesting how a hoop can turn, eh?
Yep,
With one shot like
one
that.
shot. Yep.
The whole hoop
Now
has now changed.
he has
And
to
of course
clear.
it can
he has to
change here
clear-
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he clears the red beautifully. Then black's in the driving seat.
Now what you want to do is hit this 3/4 ball on the left side. So you run down to hoop 12.
Oh,
The wrong
but,
side, Jack. You
Yeah.
hit it on the wrong side.
but it's a
Come
bit
on,
of bad
Jack.
luck. Come on, it was a bit of bad
No,
luck.
I'm just joking. It's a great shot.
Yeah. I mean, hitting that was a good shot. I mean,
Yeah.
bad luck was that he hit the,
Yeah, sure. Now this is one of that is such a key shot in your arsenal, to be able to hit those 4-yarders in the middle,
in the middle and stay.
because now Jack must do exactly the same
thing.
again.
Yep.
This is perhaps slightly longer, 5-yarder, but this
Yep.
is a 4 5-yarder.
Yep.
He's got to hit this in the middle,
Yeah. Probably a good
even
5.
pace. Good shot.
Not bad. Not bad.
Good shot.
He stayed in the vicinity of the hoop.
Sharif, he played that great pace, because now
Yeah,
he's sort of sent red to a spot where it's much more of a hit in rather than a sort of medium pace clearance.
Yeah. So Jack's got two choices here. He puts the ball in, or he goes for the clearance on yellow, and so he's just choosing to come into the hoop,
That's fine.
and then he is hoping to clear with the black. But I'm sure he's now going to try to clear the black with the red, which I think, knowing Sharif, he will achieve. Yep, and he does. Good shot. Black is now on the boundary, and Jack's now has to clear the yellow.
Yeah, that
Well,
definitely
he's
came-
cleared his own ball.
That definitely came off the side of his man. I think
Yeah.
that was a
That was not what he really wanted. So this should give Sharif a 6-5 lead in the third game. Yes, beautifully done. A little bit hard again. Runs past the hoop by big distance.
yeah. But again, you've got a clearance back up the lawn. You see, that isn't a bad spot to be.
Yeah, but he could have played a little bit more control, don't you think? But he wanted the hoop, so better to have the hoop and not. Jack's putting the ball into 12. Looks
pretty good position. I can't tell whether it's actually wired from yellow. Its distance. It's looking.
No,
It could be.
I think,
Could be.
I think it's open.
You think it's open? Yeah.
Yeah.
Score is 6-5 to Sharif.
All our viewers know that.
We've kept them informed.
We have kept them informed every inch of the way.
You've had some good shout outs from the commentary.
So, feedback, Alison. It is the Breakfast of Champions.
Would you like more
Good and bad.
feedback?
Good and bad. Come on.
Okay. So,
Worst-
you're really going to
Worst,
like this.
worst ones first.
No, there are no worse ones. You're really going to like this. This one says, "Hi Alison, the coverage is now fantastic, well done. Could you ask Nelson and Reg if they would like to help commentate the Mac, please?"
Who was that from?
Now that's high praise, surely. Huh?
Yeah,
That was
that's
Rosemary.
AC, and I've got no idea. No, thanks, Rosemary. I've got
No
no,
idea
idea
of
about the
tactics
tactics in the AC.
So hang on a minute. If
What
you've
on
got
earth
no
will I
idea
talk
of
about?
tactics in GC and no idea in tactics in AC,
Mhm.
gate ball?
Gate ball.
Well, yeah.
That's next, is it?
that
Next.
Now, right now, that's got 10 balls in the court, isn't it?
I've only really played it a very briefly in. I've played a little bit in during the New Zealand Open, I think it was, but it doesn't. You know, the mallet's so different, the ball's so different. It doesn't do it for me, I have to admit.
Okay, so it's a sort of baseball versus cricket.
Yeah. Well, the
Difference rather than
the
T20
mallets are
and-
light, and they've got little heads, and they've got the balls
Okay.
like like snooker balls, and there's a lot of shouting and people running around, and
Oh, Nelson, you wouldn't like that, would you?
no.
I mean, you were getting quite touchy with Ian yesterday, and all he did was to go, "Oh no!"
I wish it was just that, you know.
Yeah, because Ian's well known for being quite
Exuberant.
loud, exuberant. It's great fun watching him, though. I mean,
It is.
I actually put him in the same sort of category as you. Fun factor, enjoyment factor. Okay.
So
Nelson,
back
could-
to the game.
Please give me
Concentrate.
concentrate.
Our concentration is waning. I think we're
So-
both in need of food.
Well, I'm starving. I'm actually
Yeah.
starving. Yeah. And I do think Alison's taken advantage of us.
Anyway, I don't know what they're actually doing at the moment. There seems to
There
be
is-
a lull
there's
for
some
some
abeyance
reason.
in
And
play.
I don't know why.
So,
Do we know why there's a lull?
Jack's just gone to the loo.
Okay.
Ah.
Just walking back.
Jack's
So
taking
call of
a-
nature.
Jack's taking a
Okay, while
trumpet.
we're waiting,
Yep.
can you answer this question? I like this one.
Yep.
Okay, this is from Tim.
Tim.
It just says Tim.
Oh, Tim. I'll say.
Reg, if you were to play a croquet robot that could hit the ball with laser precision accuracy, below average speed control and terrible tactics, could you win?
So laser accuracy.
Laser accuracy,
But no tactics.
below average speed control and terrible tactics.
I think I'd beat it.
You beat the robot.
Yeah.
Who's going to build the robot to test it?
Because I think this is a test of hitting a ball straight. I think it's as we saw at Hoop 10.
Yep.
It's about the choices you make
Choices, absolutely. Choices.
and
Ooh.
also one's touch and
Yeah.
you know whether you're going to hit it hard.
Yeah, but choices are so important
Yeah.
in this game. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
important, you know.
Yeah.
And as we saw earlier, good choices have been made on certain hoops, and other hoops,
Yeah.
you know,
So-
bad choices have been made.
So that's quite an interesting question. Would you answer it in the same way?
It's a little bit complicated for me. I must admit, I didn't quite get the. You know, I suppose what you're saying is you've got someone who can hit straight all the time, never deviates, but doesn't know any of the tactics of the game. I think is that basically what he's asking. Oh, right, I will have to leave you, Reg. I have to go and have a very easy game.
I think that you're handing over
to
Matt.
a five-time world champion. Right. Okay. Nice to see you.
Thanks, Nelson.
Matt, how's it going, Reg?
How are you?
Doing well, doing
Good.
well.
Good.
Happy to be here.
Yeah. Awesome.
We're joining
Awesome.
a pretty intense match here, I believe.
It is. It is. It's all just coming down to the wire. And I actually think it's important for both players. So it is going to be interesting to see how they both cope with this. Right. So my first question to you, Matt, is how do you cope with pressure?
So I think it all comes down to practice. When you practice, try to practice pressure situations and put yourself in those situations in your practice. That way, when you get in the game, it's very similar to what you've done before.
Yeah.
And if you haven't done that in practice, then those situations feel very new to you.
Yes.
And they're very difficult to deal with.
Yeah.
So I think it really comes down to what you do before the tournament. It helps you deal with it in the tournament. What about you, Reg?
Well, that's what I was expecting you to have answered, because I think you're absolutely right. My follow-up question would have been then, what sort of things do you practice to practice pressure or to try and mitigate feeling pressured?
It's hard to replicate. It really is, because as much as you can try to simulate that feeling in practice, it's never quite the same.
Yeah.
But the more
you're on camera.
Yes, I've just been told that I'm on camera, so I don't know if that's supposed to scare me or
Well,
what.
you are
but-
now under pressure.
Yes, now I'm under pressure. That's
So how are you
absolutely
coping
right.
with this?
Yeah, we're now in this situation. I can't say that I have practiced being on camera myself, but as far as on the croquet court, it's a little bit different as Jack makes hoop 12, and
It's now 6-all.
Sharif will have the first ball down to 13. But it's really hard to simulate those situations. But to try and put yourself in the feeling of that match that you want to win, or being in the finals of a world championship or a nationals final, or whatever that moment is for you, if you can simulate that the best way you can, it's never quite the same, but the closer you can get to that feeling, the more real it feels in that moment. So
You are so right. I remember I think it was the 2001, 2002 AC Worlds, and it was being played at Hurlingham, and I played Robert in the final. Now, of course, he was a 4-time champion, and I mean he's an extraordinary player. But the one thing I knew was that, he had played in this sort of situation many times before. So he played in the Macrob, my very first Worlds.
okay,
But what I knew was that the brain cannot tell the difference between something that's been imagined or something that has actually happened to you. So you can fool your brain.
yes,
So what I had done in the sort of 10 hours before I knew I was playing him was I visualized and I played over in my head hundreds and hundreds of times playing Rob.
yeah,
And it's it started on with the way I walked onto the lawn. I imagined the first hoop, the first hit in. And did that go through?
no, it did not.
No. Even to the extent of shaking his hand, walking to the bar, buying him a drink. And I played that hundreds of times in my head. And of course, every time I played it in my head, I won.
Of course,
And it was all quite comfortable. And I'm absolutely certain that helped how I felt playing that day.
relieve some of that pressure.
Absolutely. Now, there are lots of other things that you can do to make you feel grounded and engaged. But that's one very useful thing. So just tricking your brain and tricking it and telling it that you have done this so many times. That I find is a very, very helpful thing.
Absolutely. And it's very different, and you can speak a lot more on this than I can, but it's very different between AC and GC.
Yeah.
Good shot.
Good shot, Sharif. Yeah. So of course in AC you have key moments, don't you? So the key moment is a hit in.
That's right.
I mean that is obviously so what sort of processes and routines do you go through when you're faced with that key shot, when it's you have to hit your 15-yard, otherwise you're going to lose?
Yeah, and that's exactly kind of what I mean is that, in GC, you can miss a fair amount of shots and still win the match.
Yeah.
Whereas in AC, it's that one shot, that 15-yarder you're speaking of, that it's all or nothing. You hit, you have a chance to run your break and win. You miss, you're almost guaranteed to lose.
So
and
let's then go back to my question.
Yes.
So what sort of techniques or routines do you use?
So once again, it does go back to practice, and practicing is one thing, but practicing where you're putting that pressure on yourself, and you're not content with a miss, you lose, and trying to replicate that feeling of
Excellent.
I have to hit this shot now. There's no excuse, and it's really for me about trying to make sure the setup is the same, as far as the stance, the preparation, the stalking, whatever. For me, I do just a couple of steps. Some people do a much larger stalk, but having that exact same thing for each shot, that way you're putting yourself in the best opportunity to hit the shot, and that's you practice that.
Yeah. It is very interesting watching golfers. I mean, they're obviously being paid millions, and they got tens of millions of people watching them, and they absolutely hone that kind of pre-shot routine. You will very rarely find a golfer who changes his pre-shot routine. They always, from the moment they get the club out the bag,
That's right.
to hitting that ball, you could probably time it. It's always the same. They've got one practice swing, or they've got two practice, whatever it is, but it's the same every single time.
That's right.
And I think you've touched on a very, very important thing there. You've got to make sure that is the same every single time.
And because it's different, if it is different, you're going to be uncomfortable. It's not the same thing that you've done in practice, or not the same thing you've done on previous shots that you've hit.
Yeah.
And so you're not going to be comfortable over the shot. And if you're not comfortable, you're not putting yourself in the best chance to hit.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
talking about the golfers, it's interesting to watch the putting, how different the putting routines they have are different than their pre-shot routines on other shots, and it's always the same.
It is always the same. Yeah.
Whether it's two practice swings, clean
Correct.
the putter face,
Yeah.
whatever it is, it's always going to be the same thing, regardless of distance, regardless of pressure. It's going to be the same.
So, man, I'm just going to interrupt you because I think we probably coming to the end of this match here, which means I can get something to eat, by the way. But I think Jack has got his shot here. So you've got to be thinking not about consequence, not about expectation, not about scrutiny, the three devils that sit on your left shoulder.
That's right.
You got to be thinking, this is a shot that I've practiced thousands of times. I'm going to go into my routine, maybe say your trigger word. You walk up there. This is like any normal shot you've ever played before.
And made before.
And made. And crucially, you're going to play the same stroke. And intentionally play the same stroke that's going to maximize your chance of getting this through. There we go. Brilliant.
And he's
Well
right.
done.
Great shot.
Well done, Jack.
Great
Great game.
match.
Well done.
Well played by both players. Great match.
Yeah.
I believe that.
Cool.
All right. So I think we are going to be off. And
Matt, that was short, but it was impactful.
yes, really enjoyed it. Short-lived, but
Awesome.
really enjoyed it. So thank you very much, and we'll talk to you in the next session. All right, yeah.
Hi everybody, that's the end of our first session today. Session 2 will be hoping to start at 2 o'clock, and your commentators at that point will be Chris Clark and Bridget Goodman from Surbiton. I'll be back soon.
You won. Yeah.